At BNC Carpet, we're rolling back prices to bring you our lowest prices every day. Trustmark low prices and BNC Carpet. 3 metro locations to serve you.
Oklahoma City, take a look at this picture. This is our tower cam shot, a plume of smoke rising in the air. I was on the phone with one of the fire chiefs, John Hanson, just moments ago. We were talking. He said, wow, there's been some kind of explosion in downtown Oklahoma City. Initial reports, numerous injuries. These are initial reports coming into Newsline 9. And we're going to stay with you here to talk you through this as we get information on injuries and exactly where this explosion took place.
At 9 a.m. on April 19th, 1995, all seemed pleasant in downtown Oklahoma City. At the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building, things were running as usual. The building itself was home to many different federal institutions, from a Secret Service office to an ATF office to Social Security and Housing and Urban Development. And at 9 a.m., many of the offices were opening, and people coming in to inquire about their Social Security or drop their kids off on the second story's daycare filled the building with life as all seemed normal. At the same time, a yellow Ryder truck pulled up on the north side of the building. At 9:01 a.m., it seems that no one in the building noticed this. A few people on the street noted the driver of the Ryder truck quickly walking away. And then, at 9:02, the deadliest domestic terror incident in United States history took place. The Ryder truck, inconspicuously parked on the north side of the building a moment earlier, was filled with 7,000 pounds of explosives. The explosion was enough to rip a giant chunk out of the 9-story federal building. Every building within 16 blocks was damaged in some way, with many of the buildings needing to be demolished. Every piece of glass from buildings to cars within a several block radius was destroyed by the shockwave. But of course, the greatest damage was to those who were inside. From the explosion at 9:02 a.m., 168 people died. Among the casualties was 19 children, most of them under the age of 3. America looked on in horror at what would be the deadliest terrorist attack in our country's history until 9/11 6 years later. In the turbulent culture of 1995, people began to point fingers everywhere. Many believe, this being some years after Desert Storm, perhaps this was some kind of Middle Eastern attack. Others believe perhaps it's a holdover from the destruction of the USSR and this was a Russian or communist attack of some kind. It wasn't until local news crews and investigators noted the date of the attack, April 19th. This date had significance to many of the surviving ATF agents, as it was 2 years to the day since the attack on the Branch Davidians in Waco, Texas. From there, people began to imagine, what if this attack on the United States government wasn't from a foreign entity, but from an American? And, as everyone would shortly realize, they were right. Not only was this an attack from an American, but it was an attack from an American veteran. A veteran who considered the murder of 168 people an act of vengeance. And a veteran who considered for a really long time the best way to hurt the government he once served. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to talk about the Oklahoma City bombing and its perpetrator, Timothy McVeigh. I've alluded to the Oklahoma City bombing multiple times in my previous videos. I mentioned it in my videos about the Waco standoff and the Ruby Ridge standoff. I mentioned it in my video about sovereign citizens. And while I think we can all agree it was certainly an impactful moment, I think a lot of us, especially people my age, don't give it the credit it deserves. Credit for being one of the most cultural defining moments of the past several decades. There have been so many laws and approach to policing and legislation as a whole based off this story. Up until it happened, it was simply a scenario that many people thought impossible. And to me, one of the most interesting things about it, and the thing I want to spend the majority of the time in this video talking about today, is McVeigh himself. Because while he was in prison, Timothy McVeigh confessed to everything and effectively gave his entire life story, detailing piece by piece why he became the man that he did and why he would go on to commit such atrocious actions. Actions that he felt fully justified for. And even though his goal wasn't to kill random civilians, he felt that they were acceptable losses. I want to talk about what makes that person exist and exactly what kind of person that is. I want to go through his life story. I want to talk about his highs and his lows. And I want to talk about what drives a man to drive an explosive truck up to a building full with innocent civilians that he knows of, but considers it acceptable because of the greater purpose. It's, in my opinion, a monstrous event that doesn't get talked about enough in the current age. So that's what we're going to do today. So we're going to talk about everything that led up to 9:02 a.m. on April the 19th, 1995, and everything else that followed. And I do want to clarify, when we get to the details of the bombing itself, I am going to talk in detail about what several of the victims were like, from the ages of 3 months old to 73 years old, as well as a lot of violent rhetoric that led to McVeigh becoming the man that he did. So if any of that bothers you, feel free to skip out. Viewer discretion advised. But I also advise you not to totally kill the tone of the video I've set up until now, that I've got some new merch. That's right, new merch brought to you by the No Trace Club. As many of you know, I love the mountains, so naturally I hate it when people aren't nice to the mountains. If I'm driving behind someone on a parkway and I see them throw a can out the window, well, that's good for me because now I'm following them home. I think it's best when out in nature to leave no trace, and that's exactly what this merch drop is all about. For one, there's the stylish multi-pocket jacket with the plaid collar, of course. And on the inner pocket, you have a Morse code guide, which is perfect considering all of the merch has Morse code hidden on it everywhere. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention the sleeves roll up plaid as well, which is perfect because it matches the ear flap hat. That's right, not only does this hat look amazing as is, but it also doubles for cold weather conditions. And on the back, when you take the ear flaps down, you get these creepy eyes, which I think is pretty cool. Plus, we have the No Trace Club shirt with this excellent design on the back, and a water bottle with a keychain, paracord bracelet, and even a pace counter. And a quarter of the proceeds will be donated to the National Forest Foundation, specifically their Southern Appalachian Spruce Restoration Initiative. In Southern Appalachia, the red spruce is on the edge of extinction, and the National Forest Foundation is fighting to bring it back. So if you get in on this merch collection, not only are you getting some cool clothes, which is important, but you're also helping the Appalachian wilderness, and I can't thank you enough for that. All of this will be available for a limited time at the link in the description at wendigoon.shop, so if you're interested, get in on it while you can. Again, that's wendigoon.shop. Also, you're also supporting me, so be aware of that. Hopefully you don't think that's a horrible thing to do, since you're, watching this video. Speaking of supporting me, I know something that we all struggle with is money. If it's not getting enough of it, then it's keeping enough of it or trying to keep track of where it's all going. So if you're looking to save more money and optimize your spending, then today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Every time I've tried to track down where all of my finances were going in a month, I always find out there's some subscription I didn't know I was paying for, or some bill that was costing me way more than I realized. That's where Rocket Money has you covered. Rocket Money gives you a singular view of all your finances, putting in all of your ins and outs on one dashboard. This gives you a great position of insight and lets you make adjustments, like Rocket Money subscription management. You can put all of your subscriptions in a single place, and if there's something you don't want to pay money for anymore, you can cancel it through Rocket Money with just a few taps. You can set budgets for yourself in certain categories and then get notifications based on your spending. Rocket Money can even track what you're spending on and then send you notifications to let you know places you can potentially save money. You can even set up automated savings. You can tell Rocket Money your goals, and then it will analyze your accounts and spending and then give you recommended options for how much to save. You can even set money to the side in a savings goal within Rocket Money itself. And with all these comes real-time alerts and notifications, meaning you'll always have financial awareness, never have to worry about overdraft fees, and you can get alerts for large transactions, refunds, upcoming bills, subscriptions added, and low balances. Keeping track of your money is hard enough, and it helps to have a friend in your corner. So let Rocket Money be that special someone. Right now is the perfect time to hop on board, because if you scan the QR code or head to the link in the description at rocketmoney.com/Wendigoon, you can get started with a premium trial on Rocket Money for free. That is right, for free. From there, you can get a full-time subscription, but for now, you can just sign up for a premium trial and see if the app's right for you. Again, that's scan the QR code or head to the link in the description at rocketmoney.com/Wendigoon to get in on Rocket Money today. Thank you to Rocket Money for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description, and we are now back to the video. With all that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, before I begin, I think it's important to lay out some of the sources that I'm working with. This story has a ton of controversy around it, obviously in the motivations and, the bombing itself, but also in how the story was covered and how some of the information was leaked to the press or how it was framed in the media. There are several conspiracy theories around this case that are still alive, and a lot of people still have a lot of suspicion because of how the government handled some things. We're going to talk about those discrepancies as we get to them, but primarily I'm trying to use as many firsthand accounts as possible. Those include things like on-the-ground footage that was taken during and after the bombing, testimonies from survivors who were there, the FBI's report, and then the subsequent DOJ reports criticizing the FBI's initial report. But my primary source that from all of my research seems to be the most comprehensive telling of this case is the book American Terrorist, Timothy McVeigh and the Oklahoma City Bombing by Lou Mitchell and Dan Herbeck. Lou and Dan were journalists and 2 days after the bombing itself began to put together information regarding the case. Lou befriended Timothy McVeigh's father, Bill, and through him learned a lot about Timothy's life. They began to take notes from every job and nearly every person that Timothy interacted with throughout his life. And eventually, while Timothy was in prison, got his first-hand account and confession of what he did in Oklahoma City. So much so that information given to the authors of this book was the first time that the information was ever made public. There is a source notes section at the back of the book where the authors go into detail regarding discrepancies, and the level of attention to detail is mind-boggling. Without exaggeration, if there was a story that someone told about Timothy being in high school and driving his car too fast, they went to the people who were in the car and asked how fast he was driving. And note things like, well, these two say he went really fast, but this one says it wasn't that fast, so make of it what you will. That level of attention is given to every element of Timothy's radicalization, to his upbringing, to the constructing of the bomb itself. And because several of the stories are from Timothy's own account, it was a huge controversy when the book initially came out. So much so that the Oklahoma State Legislature condemned the book and asked that people not read it. However, from reading the book, it is very apparent that while they got information from Timothy, they were not looking for his approval in the things they said, and simply made a comprehensive telling of everything that led up to that day in 1995. The authors are dismissive of several of the conspiracy theories surrounding McVeigh, but I think they have good reason for doing so, and again, we'll talk about that when we get there. But for now, American Terrorist is the best source on the case that I've seen, so I'll have that linked in the description if anyone's interested. With all that out of the way, let's talk about the man behind the bomb. Timothy McVeigh was born on April 23rd of 1968 in Lockport, New York. He was born to parents Bill and Mickey McVeigh. The city he was born in, Lockport, was the same city in which his father worked, at the Harrison Radiator. Harrison Radiator built radiators and supplied them for General Motors. By all metrics, Timothy was born to a standard American family. His mother settled down with his father and ended up having 3 children, of which Timothy was the middle child between 2 girls. His father came from a family of farmers and eventually joined the Army before getting his job at Harrison Radiator. And Timothy would grow up in a small community in New York State of mostly blue-collar workers, and he'd spend his early life after school playing with friends in the neighborhood. According to his friends, Timothy was always very inventive. Anytime they played a game, he would come up with the dynamics of it. If they played cops and robbers, he would set the rules. He would decide where the jail was going to be. And regardless of the game they played, there was always some storyline, always some tale of good versus evil, and Timothy always set himself on the side of good. One of his favorite movies that he saw as a child was the original Star Wars. Timothy loved the idea of the good side of the Force battling against the dark side. Timothy was also very ingenuitive. Instead of buying a toy lightsaber from the store, he just built his own out of pipe and flashlight. His grandfather, Ed McVeigh, who Timothy would later say was one of the closest relationships he ever had taught Timothy a lot about motors and basic mechanics. Anytime his dad had something with an engine, like a lawnmower, Timothy wanted to take it apart to see how it worked and then put it back together. By all accounts, he was a happy little boy with a promising future ahead of him. And while that was certainly true from the outside looking in, Timothy had a lot of problems that he didn't talk about that likely shaped the person he became. Now, a lot of these incidents that I'm going to mention are things that, sure, Timothy talked about, but contested didn't really affect him that much. However, according to the psychiatrist who evaluated Timothy during his trial, his psychiatrist believed that these events had a greater impact on Timothy than Timothy would like to believe. So I'm going to present some of them, and it's really up to you how much this had an impact on his eventual crime. And I'm also going to clarify, and I mention this anytime I do a video covering killers or mass tragedies like this, I'm not bringing up Timothy's trauma and contributing factors as a justification or a reason as to what he did. A lot of people go through hard things, sure. A lot of people who go through hard things don't also kill 168 people. I do not bring these things up to imply that a hard life leads to violence. I bring these things up as an explanation, not a justification. There were a few tragic moments from Timothy's young life that gave him a more bitter outlook on the world around him. One time, as a child, Timothy went to a nearby stream near his house and saw a neighborhood kid throwing a burlap sack into the water. When Timothy asked what was in the sack that sunk to the bottom of the river, the neighbor said that his cat had had kittens and his parents made him get rid of them. This obviously distressed young Timothy, and he cried for several days about the incident. Shortly thereafter, he walked outside one day to find his own pet cat killing a wild rabbit. He ran inside to his parents and insisted they need to take the rabbit to the vet, but the rabbit was too far gone, and his parents simply informed him that that's just how the world works. Both of these situations weighed heavy on a young boy who, according to his parents, quit shooting frogs with BB guns when all the other boys would do it because he felt bad for the frogs. What's most interesting about these instances to me is that years later, while talking to the authors of this book for his biography, he would bring these issues up. Think about that. His life involved things like Desert Storm, and obviously the terrorist attack itself. Yet he remembers instances like watching kittens die and watching his cat kill a rabbit. He would reframe these stories though and say that things like watching his cat kill a rabbit framed his idea around difficult decisions. Of course, his eventual definition of that was far different than yours or mine. Tim would also say that he hated bullies. He hated anyone who was bigger than someone else, so they simply picked on the little guy. He recounts a story of when he was 10 years old and playing softball, and a kid who was bigger than him tried to steal his hat, and when Tim wouldn't hand it over, the bully punched him in the face. He would mention this event years later as framing his hatred of those who take advantage of people that they can. In my opinion, one of the most impactful things that happened to Timothy in his childhood was his parents' divorce. And obviously a parental divorce would impact any child, but I mean specifically in the way it framed his view of people, and specifically women. His parents fought a lot for a slew of reasons. Tim would later tell romantic partners that there were some nights his parents would be yelling at each other so loud, Tim thought one of them was going to kill the other. From the narrative presented in the biography, it seems that a lot of the tension came from Mickey, his mother, wanting to travel the world and not be tied down to the family lifestyle, while his father, Bill, was perfectly happy to work a 9-to-5 and just pay the bills. Neighbors of the McVeighs would say that they heard multiple stories that Mickey had been having affairs behind Bill's back, but then when the authors of the book questioned her about this, she denied it. Well, after the book was published, Mickey would recount her denial and say that she did, in fact, have affairs, but they were short, and in some cases, only a few minutes, as if that makes them, less of an affair. Needless to say, things were not good in the household, and in 1979, his parents separated. At just 11 years old, Tim had to make the decision if he wanted to stay with his father in New York or go with his mother and older sister Patricia and younger sister Jennifer to Florida. Tim decided to stay with his dad, and in this first separation, his mother came back home pretty quickly. But over the next several years, there would be 2 more separations, with the final separation sticking, eventually leaving Tim and his dad Bill and his younger sister Jennifer, who now decided to stay with Bill and Tim in New York. Women who had flings with Tim would later say that Tim would refer to his mother as a bitch and a slut, and Tim was known to make comments to the effect of, women shouldn't be working. If women were just homemakers, then the country would run a lot better. And combining that with the fact that Tim in prison would have trouble saying that he loved any of the women in his life, even his mother, it's not hard to combine his feelings later in life with what is more than likely his feelings regarding his mom. Also, Mickey McVeigh was not a popular girl in the trials and everything that would follow the bombing, not only because of things like the affair rumors and whatnot, but she would say some crazy stuff years later, which we'll get to that eventually. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons to not like her. Because of his parents' separation and the fact that his father worked a lot of night shifts to, try to keep up a single-parent household while also paying for Mickey and the kids in Florida, Tim would say later in his life that he didn't have that close of a relationship to either of his parents. Instead, his real parental figure was his grandfather, Ed. Ed would introduce Tim to not only mechanics, but to another facet of Tim's life that would be very important moving forward, his love of firearms. Which, if you're new to the channel, just want to throw this out there that, I don't have a problem with that. But that love of firearms would be the first domino in a string of events that would lead to his eventual beliefs. However, his grandfather gave him the standard firearm upbringing that a lot of people in rural America have. He taught Tim that guns are dangerous and they're a privilege that shouldn't be taken for granted. He would take Tim out to shoot cans with the .22 rifle, and then they would always collect their shell casings and the cans and other cans that people had left nearby. And through this, Ed taught Tim to respect nature and the safety of others by always being careful when you're shooting. And throughout high school, Tim, to everyone, was an outgoing and kind kid. He loved sci-fi movies and TV shows like Star Trek. He played basketball and babysat on the side to save up enough money to buy his first car. He got his first job at Burger King, where he would end up losing his virginity to a woman 10 years older than him, who was also married. Typical high school experience. But he also had a propensity to walk on the wild side from time to time. Everyone who rode in a car with him said that he drove like the devil everywhere he went. It was not uncommon for him to do 80 miles an hour down a curvy back road. He also was really into computers and had a couple of Commodore 64s and used them to hack into a bunch of different systems. Him and his friends initially just did things like hack into local school systems as a joke, but it got to the point where him and his friends hacked into a Defense Department computer system at the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. Seems nothing nefarious was done during this time, and it was mostly just to see if he could. After high school, with some nudging from his father, Tim agreed to go to college to be a computer systems analyst. However, he immediately found college to be stupid, which, as a fellow college dropout, samesies. He just like me for real. Probably shouldn't say that about the Oklahoma City bomber. See, during high school, Tim complained a lot about all the things he didn't want to learn about. See, he was interested in things like math, science, and history, but he hated classes like English. He never quit going to high school because of this, and as a matter of fact, had perfect attendance. But when he got out of high school, he wasn't looking forward to doing the same thing again and learning about a lot of stuff he didn't care for. As a matter of fact, on his first day of classes, there was a comprehensive math exam to judge everyone's capabilities in math. Tim thought it was stupid and completed the test in 20 minutes when it took the rest of the class about an hour. In those 20 minutes, Tim scored a 99, while the second highest score was in the 80s. While he obviously could have tested out and flew through the courses he was interested in, he didn't want to once again take a bunch of electives that he felt didn't matter. So just a few weeks after starting, Tim dropped out of college and went back to the exact same thing he was doing before college, working at Burger King. Now, I don't say this to disparage anyone who works at a fast food restaurant. As a YouTuber, I don't think I can disparage anyone for anything. But it was apparent to those around Tim at this point in his life that Tim was deeply unhappy. A psychiatrist who eventually evaluated McVeigh found that he had an IQ of about 126. It's clear that Tim had the capability to really get anywhere he wanted to be in life, but he didn't want to put up with the things he didn't want to do to get to that point. Because of that, he just sort of worked his way into a slump where he knew he could be somewhere else, but he didn't want to do something distasteful to get there. A boy who previously was active in a lot of extracurricular activities and spent time with friends now spent his days off work at Burger King just lying on the couch. It's clear at this point that Tim was pretty depressed, and through that depression, it seems that he grew a lot of hatred. Hatred potentially from his position in life or his lack of direction. And it's during this time that Tim would really begin to align himself with a lot of political ideations that would manifest as his life went on. Tim would likely describe these ideations as originating around freedom. See, Tim really got into American history and developed a love around the founding fathers and a lot of America's roles in wars like World War II. He became very appreciative of the United States and of the sacrifices others made to allow him the freedom that he has. Obviously, in tandem with this was things like his growing love of firearms. From here, Tim really got into a survivalist mindset. He told his father that what he wanted to do was become a prepper. He wanted to collect guns and ammunition, and he wanted to build a bunker and stockpile food, and he wanted to be ready not only to defend his country if, say, the country were ever invaded. I mean, this was during the Cold War, so a lot of people had concerns about things like that, but to just help other people around him if they ever needed it. When Tim was only 8 years old, his community was hit by the blizzard of '77, a huge snowstorm in New York that ended up killing 29 people. Tim remembered how during the blizzard, a lot of people were without food and were dependent on their neighbors to bring them food. Tim said that if a situation like that were to ever happen again, he wanted to be ready to save other people. And all of that within isolation is fine, right? He appreciates the country he lives in and the sacrifices that were made for it. He wants to be better prepared and independent, and he wants to help others and his community if they ever need him. All of those characteristics are good traits. I would even say valiant thoughts. But in my opinion, the reason Tim's ideations didn't end there was because of his position. Like being a computer analyst, it was something that sure he'd be interested in, but that's a while down the road. Being prepared and bettering yourself is fine, but if that's not the immediate thing you can do, then you just kind of fester in the idea that you could be doing more. While a lot of people buy food and guns, 99% of the population stops there. But there is sadly a fragment who take that idea a step further. It seems it wasn't enough for Tim to better himself. He had to better himself against something. Something that wasn't just a nebulous communist threat or impending blizzard. What I believe Tim needed was a place to redirect a lot of the hatred and loathing he had in himself onto something else. Tim needed an enemy, and through his reading, he found one. Tim was an avid reader, and he read a lot of history, and he read a lot of Second Amendment literature. But more and more, he began to seek out literature that had a tinge of direction in its subtext. It wasn't simply enough to learn about what was. It was to learn about what was and what might be coming. More and more, Tim began to fixate on the idea that there wasn't an enemy coming, there was an enemy already here. An enemy that Tim could prepare for. The enemy of the United States government. At least in his adolescent years, it seemed this idea was relegated for a few bad eggs within the system. As long as gun legislation has been a thing, there's been stories of law-abiding people being arrested or in some cases even killed over trivial laws. Tim saw this as an affront to everything the forefathers fought for, an affront to everything he believed to be good. More and more, the idea manifested in Tim's mind that a threat could come from within his own borders, and it wouldn't take long for his acceptable targets to grow within those borders. So he began to read more and more about guerrilla warfare, soldiers' accounts from battle, and a lot of fiction that had to do with a hypothetical oppressive government within the United States. It was during this time that Timothy read a book called The Turner Diaries. Now, if you're interested in the realm of banned books and extreme media, The Turner Diaries is probably nothing new. The Turner Diaries is a 1978 novel written by William Luther Pierce. Pierce is the founder of the National Alliance, a white supremacist organization. Fittingly, The Turner Diaries tells the story of how the world was saved through an ethnic cleansing. Follows a guy named Earl Turner who, in an alternate 1980s, lives in a world where a Jewish-controlled government confiscates weapons from all the white people, which causes the white people to begin to form an army, to where they eventually kill everyone in the world that isn't white, and that leads to a perfect utopia. Be sure to look for it on the shelves of your next Scholastic book fair. The Turner Diaries would become a very important part of Timothy's radicalization. He'd place copies of some of the pages in what would be his semi-manifesto. He would try to get other people he knew to read the book. He would send clippings of it to his sister in the mail. And the topic of Timothy McVeigh being a white supremacist came up a lot in trials and interviews that would follow. And his key takeaway from the Turner Diaries wasn't the race stuff, even though that's like 90% of what the book's about. Instead, he fixated on the early parts of the book regarding things like gun confiscation. He used it as an example of how the government can take people's guns and then have the power to rule over them. While his eventual attack certainly wasn't racially motivated, it was federally motivated. And the race stuff was never a huge part of his ideation. I'm sure if it was, he would have no problem mentioning it in the dozens of interviews and court appearances and documents he would eventually leave. But he certainly was okay rubbing shoulders with it if it meant getting across his greater point of individual freedoms and gun rights and blah, blah, blah. He was willing to break bread with anyone who shared his beliefs about an encroaching government and about maintaining the ability to purchase firearms, most often in the case of eventual self-defense against the government. And coincidentally, a lot of racially motivated groups share those same beliefs. So to Timothy, they're good enough. But it wasn't only the need for gun ownership that Tim would take from the Turner Diaries. As, in an early section of the story, Earl Turner blows up an FBI building with a car bomb. The seed of an idea would plant itself in Tim's mind and tragically blossom several years later. But in these initial days, while Tim was reading more and more extreme literature, it didn't have any outward effects in action yet. Like I said, while his motives were never outright racially motivated, they were certainly motivated against an oppressive state, and Tim began to tell anyone who would listen. But while his more extreme opinions were kept to himself, outwardly he was just a guy that liked freedom and liked guns and wanted to be a survivalist. But as his father pointed out, that's not the kind of thing you can pay the bills with. So he encouraged his son to get a job that he was more inclined for, and eventually Tim did, as he got a job as an armed security personnel for an armored car company, transporting cash deposits to and from banks. To get this job, he needed to get a carry permit, and at the time in the United States, especially New York, it was much more difficult and rare for individuals to have a concealed carry permit. Tim had to go apply for one at the police department, and then the police had to conduct background interviews on Tim's friends and family to see if there was any red flags as to why he shouldn't get the permit. But of course, everyone around him, Tim was as good of a kid as could be, so no one gave any cause to deny him. So Tim got his permit and then got a job at the company. Tim would say it was while working this job that he had his first real experiences with racism. See, Tim lived in a mostly white upstate New York community. But now, doing cash runs in and out of Buffalo, he worked with a lot of guards who disparaged a lot of the minorities who lived in Buffalo. And again, while Tim would later say that he didn't agree with a lot of the opinions that people he worked with had, it certainly showed that he had no problem with it, as would be true of several of his connections later in life. There were some other defining moments that framed Tim's ideas into the future. For example, one night he had stopped on the road after a motorist in front of him had hit a deer. The deer wasn't yet dead and was instead lying on the side of the road suffering. Tim was in an area where it was illegal to fire a gun, but he decided that whatever penalties he got, it would be worse to watch this animal suffer. So Tim shot it, drove on, and thought to himself that sometimes the laws of nature are more important than the laws of man. However, despite this armored car job being more in the direction of what he wanted to do, it still wasn't satisfying enough for him. He wanted to put his survivalist skills to the test. He wanted to become a better fighter and become someone more capable. And for a guy with those acclamations and a love of guns and a want to fight for his country and freedom, what better place than the Army? So in May of 1988, at 20 years old, Timothy McVeigh joined the United States Army. Specifically, he would go into the Army's 1st Infantry Division, or the Big Red One. And immediately upon joining the Army, Tim thrived. From the time he arrived at Fort Benning, he was a model soldier. From the rugged training, to the competition, to the betterment with weapon systems, the Army was everything that Tim had hoped for. And Tim didn't just want to stop at the infantry. He wanted to try out for the Rangers and potentially the Special Forces. But Tim enjoyed the ride along the way. He would later say that his first years in the Army were the greatest years of his life. And while in basic training, for the first time since grade school, Tim began to make some new friends. Among those friends was his 33-year-old team leader, Terry Nichols. Terry Nichols was born to a farming family on April 1st of 1995 in Lapeer, Michigan. Similar to Timothy, after high school, it seems Terry didn't have a lot of direction for his life. At first, he wanted to be a doctor, but then after high school, he worked on his parents' farm for a while, and then he left to go be a real estate agent, and then he ended up working on the farm again. In 1982, he married a woman named Lena and then began to bounce around doing various odd jobs. Eventually, Lena ended up being the one working, and Terry simply stayed at home. Well, Terry seemed to be dissatisfied with that and wanted a change of scenery. So, at 33 years old, he joined the Army. His marriage to Lena had become more and more turbulent leading up to this, especially since Lena and Terry had had a son named Josh, and Lena likened Terry joining the Army to abandoning his family. So shortly after Terry joined, Lena filed for divorce. That didn't seem to bother Terry on the outside. By all accounts of people who were with him in the Army, Terry was a very cool-headed individual who was great at breaking up fights and staying cool under pressure. Because of that, and his over a decade in age from the other men in his platoon, he was made team leader of the squad Timothy was in. Despite the age gap and the fact that other members of the squad referred to him as Pops, that didn't stop Tim and Terry from becoming quick friends. Both of them had a love of firearms, and both of them, crucially, had a distrust of government. It may seem hypocritical to people who dislike the government so much, joining the government. But in their minds, as is true of a lot of people who join the military, there's a disconnect between the armed forces and the branches of government that they view as oppressive. They joined the Army because they wanted to be fighters and they wanted to defend the Constitution and the freedom of American people and blah, blah, blah. It's just a few bad eggs in Washington, D.C. that are passing legislation that is obscuring that freedom. To them, fighting to protect Americans is still something worth fighting for, even if those ideas would change over the coming years. Tim and Terry would complete their initial training at Fort Benning and then get transferred to Fort Riley, Kansas. Now, at Fort Riley, Tim was doing something with his time and something that he felt gave his life meaning, and to many others, this showed. Tim went back to being sociable, he went back to making friends. Tim didn't drink or do drugs, even drugs as minor as marijuana, and he had an agreement with several of the guys on base that if any of them were drunk and needed a ride home, as long as they paid for gas money, he would pick people up at any hour. Because of that, a lot of soldiers at Fort Riley saw Tim as someone dependable, someone they could come to with problems, someone who in multiple cases they could loan money from. Tim was said to be an excellent poker player, and he quit playing poker against the other people in the Army because he felt bad that he always won. And professionally, Tim excelled at this time. While Tim was at Fort Riley received its first Bradley Fighting Vehicles, or BFVs. Bradleys are multi-purpose vehicles that can be used to transport troops, but are also lightweight tanks that can move faster than equivalents like the M1 Abrams. Or at least it's lighter weight and can be maneuvered easier than an Abrams. And when the Bradleys arrived, Tim was assigned to try out for the role of gunner, controlling the weapon system on top of the Bradley that contains a machine gun, a 25mm chain gun, and in his case, even tow missiles. Well, Tim excelled at this. As a matter of fact, he excelled more than anyone else at Fort Riley. During a training exercise, he shot a perfect 1,000 out of 1,000. That means he was 100% accurate. He identified all of the targets and non-targets as quickly as possible. And out of the 120 Bradley gunners at Fort Riley, he was the first in his class. But that's not to say his entire social experience in the Army was perfect either. He was very ardent in his beliefs and encouraged people around him to engage in a lot of the literature and beliefs that Tim was growing. And he would do things like try to encourage people to read things like the Turner Diaries. A few people were kind of receptive, but some of, the sergeants and older people at Fort Riley were like, hey man, maybe don't hand out books about, a race war. Tim would always say, no, just got to ignore the race stuff in it. It's about the gun stuff. That's why I like it. Maybe potentially blowing up a federal building, but, more on that later. The race stuff would continue to come up during his time at Fort Riley. There was one instance while he was at a friend's car, a friend of his who was black, and the two of them were joking around, and his friend called Tim a slur for white people, and Tim replied by calling him the slur for black people. Another black soldier overheard that and reported Tim. Tim said that he was just palling around with a friend and he didn't mean anything by the insult, but he was told to drop that kind of language. At the same time, this was in the wake of things like the Black Panther movement. There were a lot of black soldiers on base who would wear t-shirts that would say things like Black Power. And Tim thought that that was hypocritical, that he couldn't say stuff about race, but they could. So that led him to somewhere, probably in a magazine or something, finding an ad for a white powered t-shirt. And he thought that would be really cool to wear as like a protest of like, oh, they can wear a black power shirt, I'll wear a white power one, whatever. And the ad said you got this t-shirt if you joined the group that was selling this t-shirt. So Tim sent in a $20 membership. The group that offered the t-shirt was the KKK. So Tim, while he was in the Army, sent in a $20 membership to the Ku Klux Klan. Before he had a chance to wear it, someone on base saw the t-shirt and was like, hey man, don't wear that shirt. And Tim complained and saw this as a hypocrisy that he can't wear his white power t-shirt. After his first month of membership, when, the KKK sends their literature, which is, as you could imagine, Tim was surprised to see that it was all about racial stuff. According to Tim, he thought that the KKK was more so like a pro-freedom, pro-gun organization, and was completely blindsided by the Klan being, a race thing. So he canceled his membership after the first month, which I gotta say, I don't know about that one. Like, what do you mean? You didn't know? I'm sure, I know the Klan has some stuff about freedom and patriotism and things like that. And I'm sure that's what enticed him. But you're telling me during the whole sign-up process and also during your whole life before this, you had never heard of them? That just seems a little... Like, are you sure about that? I went to Burger King to get the chicken tenders. Lo and behold, they sell burgers. Never would have imagined. During this time, Tim was still set on joining the Special Forces. After his mandated physical training would be done, he would spend the rest of his free time doing long rucks with heavy equipment or working out in the gym or running. He wanted to get himself in peak physical condition to go through Special Forces selection. The Special Forces Selection and Assessment, or the SFAS, is the trial that allows you entry into the Special Forces, also known as the Green Berets. Well, technically, if you get through selection, you're allowed to go through Q course or qualification course, which is the actual trial into the Green Berets. But selection is just the rigorous near month-long course in which people are heavily tested on their mental endurance, on their physical endurance, on their adaptability. And if you are one of the ones selected out of that program, you are then allowed to go into the qualification course. But selection has a reputation for being a very grueling procedure that tests the mind and body. So during his time at Fort Riley, Tim continued to train, hoping that he could make it to selection. And near the end of 1990, Tim got invited to Camp Mackle within Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to try out for selection. Or try out by going to selection. You know what I mean. Tim was elated by this and was set to go to selection in early 1991. All of that would change, however, in January of 1991 when America entered the Gulf War. Saddam Hussein had invaded Kuwait in August of 1990, and in January, the United States began to deploy ground forces. And Tim was among the soldiers sent to Operation Desert Storm. Tim was openly conflicted about Operation Desert Storm before they even went. He signed up to the Army to defend the United States, and he viewed what was happening in the Middle East as something that didn't concern us. If it was a fight against a government or people that was trying to attack the United States, Tim would be all for it. But he didn't like the idea of the government using soldiers to be Big Brother on the other side of the planet. However, at the same time, Tim didn't like bullies, and he viewed Saddam Hussein and his soldiers for, invading other nations as being a bully to a different people. And if the United States was getting involved to fight this bully, well, he swore an oath to fight for the United States. So while on a political level, he was reluctant about the United States involvement, he was not reluctant about fighting with other soldiers underneath the flag. Now, by this point, Terry Nichols had already left the Army. There was growing concerns from his ex-wife about taking care of his son Josh. So before Desert Storm, even though Terry went with Tim to Fort Riley, he was honorably discharged to take care of his family. So Tim went to the Middle East without Terry Nichols, and he went under the command of Lieutenant Rodriguez, and his Bradley, which was officially designated Charlie 11, was given the nickname by Tim of Bad Company. As the Bradley moved through the desert, Tim would always be on the gun, ready for fight, scanning the horizon to see if they were under any attack. The song Bad Company had a lot of weight to Tim. I mean, for a Bradley gunner in war, lyrics like, "Behind a gun, I make my final stand, bad company till the day I die," certainly resonated. But another one of the song's lyrics, "Dirty for Dirty," is something that Tim would quote multiple times in the events he would eventually commit. As Tim saw, people get repaid what they are owed. While in the Gulf War, Tim was already geared up to fight before they ever saw action. For the first several days, his platoon was mostly on guard or doing short reconnaissance trips. But in the distance, they could see gunfire and explosions, and every day they heard about Americans being killed. One story he heard before he saw combat was that a nearby Bradley was ambushed and 2 of the crew members killed while the others were shot as they ran for cover. This continued to get Tim and the rest of his men fired up. At any moment, they could be attacked. At any moment, the enemy would meet with overwhelming force and would not show mercy. It turns out, as Tim would find out after the war, this instance of a Bradley crew getting attacked was actually a friendly fire incident, in which an American helicopter did not know he was firing on American forces. Tim would later equate this to just being another example of the government lying to get what they want, to get soldiers ready for war. But at the time, Tim was ready to fight, especially if it meant protecting his crew. When the fighting eventually began, Tim certainly saw action. As his Bradley was making its way through another unit's position, an American soldier had been injured by a grenade launcher round that he fired. Tim, who had medical training, was ordered to get off the gun and get out and help the soldier. His lieutenant, bizarrely, ordered Tim to try to remove the shrapnel from the guy's leg. Shrapnel that's pretty close to some pretty major arteries. But Tim, ignoring the lieutenant, just did what he saw best. Put pressure on the wound and stop the bleeding. After a dedicated medical team took the soldier, they said that the soldier likely would have died if Tim had tried to remove the shrapnel and if Tim hadn't done so good of a job at stopping his bleeds. Shortly after this, Tim would take a shot that would stay in his mind forever. So Tim's primary weapon atop the Bradley was a 25mm chain gun. At the time, it was loaded with high explosive rounds. It can be used to stop vehicles, to punch through bunkers, and, obviously any person that may be unfortunate enough to get in the way. As Tim's Bradley was moving forward, they began to take fire from a machine gun placement over a mile away. Tim gets on the 25mm and sees where the shots are coming from and is ordered to fire. Tim, and this was witnessed by multiple other gunners who were also looking through their optic and just hadn't fired yet, from a moving Bradley at about 1,900 yards away, Tim fired a single shot, and the round hit the gunner in the chest. This was an incredible shot to hit, and everyone else on the intercom system said the same thing. A first round hit from a gun that's normally meant to fire multiple rounds to see, where your shots are landing and then judge off of that. This shot from a moving vehicle at that distance on a man-sized target is near unheard of, and it would eventually land Tim an Army Commendation Medal. Also, shortly before the fighting had began in the field, Tim was promoted to sergeant. And along with the Army Commendation Medal for this shot, Tim also got the Bronze Star Medal, the National Defense Service Medal, the Southwest Asia Service Medal, the Army Service Ribbon, and the Kuwait Liberation Medal. Moments like this and his Army career on paper were all very glorious things to be proud of. But that's not how Tim remembers it. From Tim's accounting of the story, he looked through the optic of the gun, he fired a round, and he saw the machine gunner turn to red mist. The explosive component of the round had detonated. The entire guy's head disappeared. The blast was so powerful, in fact, that it also killed the assistant gunner who was standing next to the machine gunner. There were several soldiers around the machine gun nest dug in, so the other Bradleys just put a bunch of shots downrange. By the time they got up to the position, they were holding up a white flag. It's obviously demoralizing if, the biggest gun you got explodes, and the guy next to him also explodes. Tim recounts seeing these guys come out of their position terrified. Moments like this made Tim decide that he was not fighting against some elite fighting force who was committed to Hussein and all his evils. He was fighting against a group of guys who didn't even know that they were going up against Americans. What Tim remembers more than the medals that he received and his promotions was the bodies that had been ran over by vehicles so many times they were hard to distinguish as people. Some left out in the sun, bloated from the heat and rot. Some shapes he came across were so burnt and disfigured he couldn't even tell they were people until the vehicle ran over them and he could hear the bones crunch. Instances like this would not leave Tim's mind, as would become apparent in his time after the Army. It didn't help that after President H.W. Bush ordered a ceasefire, Tim felt the job had not been finished. Saddam, the guy responsible for all of this, was still out there, and he was upset that they didn't see the fight through. Eventually, Saddam would be hanged on national television, so I'd say they got him pretty good. But Tim wanted to be the one to do it. Tim wanted to be the one to take the fight all the way to him. After the ceasefire, Tim saw a lot of things that stuck with him too. He witnessed an American soldier steal tools from an Iraqi farmer. He saw a starving family to which Tim stole MREs and delivered them to them. He saw a lot of people left in destitute conditions, and while he didn't necessarily place all of the blame on the American military for putting them in this situation, he viewed it as, Hussein's actions are what led to this, he certainly did feel the Army could have done a better job at taking care of these people. Orders like he was not to deliver any supplies to Iraqis because who knows who they may be supplying. On seeing starving women and children, Tim couldn't help himself. In prison, while asked about the Iraqi soldiers he killed in combat, Tim would say, "What made me feel bad was, number one, I didn't kill them in self-defense. When I took a human life, it taught me these were human beings, even though they speak a different language and have different customs. The truth is, we all have the same dreams, same desires, the same care for our children and our family. These people were humans, like me, at the core." Words that are certainly sympathetic, but not words to be expected from a man who did what he would eventually do. Regardless of Desert Storm, Tim still wanted to be a fighter, and he still wanted to be in the military. So, after his initial Special Forces selection date got pushed back because he was deployed, he was elated in March when he was asked to return home to try out now. Tim and another guy who was going to selection had a major sign-off on their papers so that they could be chartered on multiple flights to eventually get back to the United States. They had to first report to Fort Riley that they were back and then drive to North Carolina to go to the selection camp. Sure, there was a ceasefire and everyone was working in the direction of heading home. Since Tim was asked to return early for selection, he was one of the first combat veterans to make it back to the United States. When he was on one of his flights within the United States, a stewardess told the pilot that there were a couple of veterans on board, and the pilot made an announcement thanking Timothy McVeigh for his service to his country, and several people stood up in the plane to come shake his hand and thank him for what he did. Eventually, Tim makes it to selection and immediately sees that he is in over his head. So selection requires things like swims in your full army fatigues and boots, and long, heavyweight rucks, sometimes totaling over 100 miles. Far more difficult than anything that Tim had seen in basic training. And maybe if he had gone to selection when he had originally prepared to, he would have made it. But coming straight to selection after his months in the Gulf War, he was in his worst condition. His muscles were exhausted. He had been on food rations for months at this point. On the first day of selection, the commander realized that several of the Gulf War veterans were performing far more poorly compared to people who had just been at a military base and then joined selection. So after the first day, the commander made a very rare offer. He brought several of the Gulf War veterans together and said that they could defer their selection to a future date when they were more physically capable. However, many of the veterans didn't want to get special treatment, and they all collectively agreed to continue selection. Well, it was on the second day that Tim realized he wasn't going to make it. His psychological evaluation went fine, but as soon as they started the physical evaluations, he began to fall apart. He had his slowest run times in years. He became exhausted far quicker on these long-distance rucks. His feet became covered in blisters that began bleeding during the beginning of his run, and he realized he wasn't going to make it. So him and one other veteran at the end of the second day went to the commander and said that they need to step out, that they're just not cut out. Now, according to Tim, the commander said that he understood, he appreciated them, and said that they could try out at a future date. Now, under any other condition, I would say that this is bullcrap. Selection is infamous for being an incredibly hard course to get into and an impossible course to get back into. You're told when you're allowed to show up and try out, and if you don't make it, you don't make it, and there's no second chance. I mean, the whole point is to push people to their breaking limits to see who will break in a field setting. And units like this are tasked to do some of the hardest jobs the country has. If someone can't make it through selection, then you definitely don't want them in a situation where they won't make it through a real engagement. Outside of this, I have never heard of an instance of someone in selection being offered the chance to come back later. However, it's not impossible if, as apparently confirmed by the authors of the book, the commander did give the veterans the option to defer their selection. So maybe Tim was told he could come back later, or maybe, and the reason I bring this up, this could be the first in a series of lies Tim would go on to tell. There would be a lot of things he would tell people like his sister Jennifer to exaggerate his time in the service or exaggerate his level of importance. Not that he would overtalk his role in Desert Storm, but he would uptalk things that came after, the things the government asked him to do. That will become apparent with later statements that we'll get into, but for now, it's very possible that Tim dropped out, and he simply dropped out, and then he told people that the commander respected him and gave him the option to come back later. Either way, Tim was now out of selection, and his eventual dream to be a Green Beret was now shattered. But that wasn't the only thing that was beginning to break. After his experience in Desert Storm, his faith in the military, his faith in what he was doing, wavered as well. After seeing the things he didn't know if he still wanted to be a gun for the government. Sure, he liked the idea of defending the United States, but not if that's what defense looks like. And after returning to Fort Riley, he became more and more retracted from Army life. He was still an excellent gunner, but he did things like moved off base, spent less time hanging out with Army buddies. By the end of 1991, McVeigh's Army contract was almost up, but he was given an offer. The commander of Fort Riley asked McVeigh to be his personal gunner. He was to be the Bradley gunner of the commander himself. This would mean promotions, this would mean a pay raise, this would mean more connections with higher members of the military. If Tim wanted to stay in the military and forge a pretty successful career, he certainly could have. But at this point, Tim couldn't bring himself to be in the Army any longer. He declined his commander's offer, and when the contract was up, left the Army. He drove back to his hometown of Pendleton, New York, and hoped that he could begin his life anew. He hoped that his time in the Army would help him with employers and that he could forge a direction in whatever career path he wanted. Sadly for Tim, however, reality had a different plan. After getting back to Pendleton, Tim had problems finding a job. He thought his time in the service would be similar to a college diploma, but it was not. Simply, no one was hiring, not even factory jobs with good pay like his father had. The only job that would take him was another security company, Burn Security, where he effectively worked as a rent-a-cop, doing security gigs for concerts or overnight at buildings, but the pay was low. So to supplement it, Tim joined the National Guard. joining the National Guard's 174th Infantry about 15 minutes from his house. Before he joined the Army, McVeigh was stuck. He was doing the same thing over and over, and that led to frustration, it led to depression, and it led to hatred. Now, after all of his time in the Army, having experienced the things he did, growing more bitter and more hateful, he was now back working a security job and back in the military. He felt stuck, and because of that, he began to resent people around him who were happy with their condition that seemed to match his. He didn't get along with other people at the security office. He didn't get along with people in the National Guard. By early 1992, he had nowhere to go and was all the more hateful because of it. So around this time, he really started to fall back into his old ideations, only now more intently. Ideas that his freedoms were being eroded from him, ideas that the government had it out for common guys like him. And from here, he began to write letters about his ideas to journals, to congressmen. One of those letters was published in the Union Sun and Journal on February 11th of 1992. In his letter to be published, Tim wrote, "Prisons are overcrowded, so they know they will not be in prison long. This breeds more crime in an escalating cyclic pattern. Taxes are a joke. Regardless of what a political candidate promises, they will increase. More taxes are always the answer to government mismanagement. They mess up, we suffer. Taxes are reaching cataclysmic levels with no slowdown in sight. The American dream of the middle class has all but disappeared, substituted with people struggling just to buy next week's groceries. Heaven forbid the car breaks down. Politicians are further eroding the American dream by passing laws which are supposed to be a quick fix, when all they are really designed for is to get the official reelected. These laws tend to dilute a problem for a while until the problem comes roaring back in a worsened form, much like a strain of bacteria will alter itself to defeat a known medication. Politicians are out of control. Their yearly salaries are more than an average person will see in a lifetime. They've been entrusted with the power to regulate their own salaries and have grossly violated that trust to live in luxury. Racism on the rise? You better believe it. Is this America's frustrations venting themselves? Is it a valid frustration? Who's to blame for the mess? At a point when the world has seen communism falter as an imperfect system to manage people, democracy seems to be headed down the same road. No one else is seeing the big picture. Maybe we have to combine ideologies to achieve the perfect utopian government. Remember, government-sponsored healthcare was a communist idea. Should only the rich be allowed to live longer? Does that say that because a person is poor, he's a lesser human being and doesn't deserve to live as long because he doesn't wear a tie to work? What is it going to take to open the eyes of our elected officials? America is in serious decline. We have no proverbial tea to dump. Should we instead sink a ship full of Japanese imports? Is a civil war imminent? Do we have to shed blood to reform the current system? I hope it doesn't come to that, but it might. Many of these letters were written in response to stories he would see in the paper. For example, there was one story he read about a woman who was charged for carrying mace in her purse, and he wrote a letter about how people should be allowed to defend themselves and how it's ridiculous that a woman would get in trouble for trying to do so. At one point, Tim tried to join the United States Marshals. He tested highly on all the exams and seemed qualified for the job, but he didn't get the position. When he didn't get it, he blamed this on racial quotas, saying that he was discriminated against for being a white man, that perhaps if he was a minority, they would have given him the job to check off a box. Again, as problems continued to arise in his life, the solution was always an outside source. There were legitimate frustrations, but his target of those frustrations tended to be other people. For a few weeks, he got a job at a local gun shop, a kind of job that you would think would be perfect for Tim. But he had a lot of issues with one of the other employees there, and rather than trying to squash it, he just quit. He was working long hours for the security company, sometimes as much as 80 hours a week, and the exhaustion was getting to him. He spent all of his free time laying around the house, his dad's house, mostly sleeping on the couch. He became more belligerent at work and was reported for yelling at people. All of this was getting to him, and it led to a breakdown one night. He woke up and ran out of his father's house, wearing just sweatpants with no socks or shirt. He drove to the one person who he had found comfort with consistently throughout his life, his grandfather. He ran into his grandfather's house, shirtless and in a panic. His grandfather asked if something had happened, and Tim said he couldn't talk about it. His grandfather said he didn't have to, and he let Tim sleep in his bed while his grandfather left the home. Of this moment, Tim would later say that he was considering suicide. He saw no future plan for his life and decided that living was too hard to get through. The thing that stopped him was how miserable it would make his grandfather, especially if he did it in his grandfather's home. He eventually left and never explained to his grandfather why he came over in such desperation. The psychiatrist who eventually evaluated McVeigh said that McVeigh certainly suffered from PTSD. When asked why he never sought psychological help after his time in the Army, McVeigh said that he lost interest after he realized the Army wouldn't pay for it. McVeigh was struggling to put any money together, and he couldn't afford a psychiatrist, and the government, it seems, wasn't willing to front all the money for one. Years later, when talking about this period of his life, McVeigh would say, "You've seen the extremes, experienced the ultimate highs, lows, and realities. Who gives a shit about conversation about the weather or about who's late for work or who stubbed their toe? The daily grind all of a sudden has gotten much more intolerable. Normal coffee pot conversations become intolerably boring. You separate yourself from these encounters and from people to escape. Who wants to settle down, get married, buy a house, go to work 9 to 5 back home? Back to the same old trivialities at home, get up the next day, back to the same old job. It's all just so routine." After the incident at his grandfather's home, Tim saw that he needed to do something. He was losing his mind and had to try anything to get back a little bit of enjoyment from his day-to-day life. So he just tried to do things that he used to enjoy. There was a farmer who lived nearby who, when Tim was a young boy, him and his friends would go hunt woodchucks on the farmer's property to try to help him with his woodchuck problem. So Tim hits the farmer up and asks if he can shoot some more woodchucks, and the farmer's more than happy to oblige him. Tim goes out there, sees a woodchuck in its hole, and shoots it, only injuring it, and then, in the animal's injury, puts it down. After this, Tim just went home, and the incident sat with him for days. Tim had always been a lover of animals, but had no problem killing animals for food or for pest control. But now, even that weighed heavy on him. He couldn't get the idea of killing anything out of his mind. In March, he would write another letter to the news talking about how inhumane slaughterhouse conditions are. How if humans had any dignity, they would hunt and kill their own food, wild animals that have had a chance to live, as opposed to the slaughterhouse process of industrialized killing. Every issue sat heavy with him, and every issue had its own extreme beliefs that Tim was diehard in his sentiment. And Tim was witness to several different extremes in opinion. At one point, while working his security guard job, he was stationed across the street where a pro-life rally was happening. Well, pro-life rally is kind of a light way of putting it. There was a group of protesters charging a building where a doctor who performed abortions was working. Tim would have been considered pro-choice. He always believed in a woman's freedom, because everything goes back to freedom with him, a woman's freedom to choose to have an abortion, but he equally believed it was the people's freedom to protest and, I guess, attack a doctor in a clinic. Which it should be noted, because I've seen some sources report in both directions, Tim was not religious. His parents were Catholic and he was confirmed at a young age, but at this point in his life, Tim did not believe in God. So while he had very traditionally conservative opinions when it came to things like firearms and personal liberties, he had what would be considered more leftist or liberal opinions when it came to things like abortion. Really, he just didn't want him or anyone else being told what to do in whatever that looked like. But similar to earlier in Tim's life, all of this was still nebulous. He had very strong opinions about everything from, obviously, the military and government, to hunting, to protesting, to abortions. But all of this really amounted to nothing. It's not like he had friends to debate these ideas with or an outlet to talk about them other than writing to newspapers. Tim needed the thing that he began to find before he ever joined the Army. Tim needed an enemy, something he could direct all of his life's frustrations and hatred towards. And in the summer of 1992, he found it. See, at this point, Tim was full bore talking to his sister and anyone who would stand near him long enough at the security job about everything from Rockefeller family conspiracies to the United States currency and why it doesn't matter. Anything that was negative against the government or against individual freedoms, he talked about ad nauseum, that being an historical event or a conspiracy theory. Well, it seems many of his paranoias were made reality in August of 1992 when the Ruby Ridge incident took place. Now, I have an entire video on this channel about Ruby Ridge, so I'm not going to go into a ton of detail on that here. If you're interested, it'll be linked in the description. The short version is a man named Randy Weaver lived in a remote part of Idaho with his family when he was entrapped by an ATF agent for sawing a barrel off of 2 shotguns, which is a federal crime. Due to, depending on how you ask, issues with the court or Randy's own protest, he did not come to court and a warrant was issued for his arrest. U.S. Marshals approached the Weaver cabin and were outed by the family dog, to which the agents, not identifying themselves, shot the dog and were then fired upon by Randy's son and friend. In the ensuing gunfight, a U.S. Marshal was killed, as was Randy's 14-year-old son. This led to a long standoff between the FBI and the Weaver family. Eventually, an FBI sniper, while firing at Randy's friend running back into the cabin, shot through the house and killed Randy's wife, Vicky, as Vicky was holding their baby daughter. Federal siege ended with a mother and her son killed and 1 U.S. Marshal killed as well. Again, all over the barrel length of 2 shotguns. This was all of the concerns that Tim had been talking about up until his life at this point, made manifest. The government wants to take your guns. The government is going to kill you if they can't take them, and they're going to do whatever they can to beat you into compliance. And it seems in 1992, that exact scenario unfolded in Idaho. For really the first time in Tim's life, the real world had an overlap with his ideas. This hypothetical concept he had been preaching for years became reality. No longer did Tim have so much hatred for himself. Now he could point his hatred at them. He had already done so for some time, but now there was no reason to hold back. Tim's father, Bill, said that as they watched coverage of the event, that Tim would scream and shout and throw things at the television. He talked about how this was an affront to the country, how it was a disgrace to everything the forefathers had put in place. From here, Tim began to obsess more and more about this case and other government conspiracies about oppression and control. Around this time, through the security company, he was assigned to a company called Calspan, a high-tech research company near Buffalo, New York. After seeing documents lying on a table, Tim became convinced that Calspan was participating in something called Operation North Star. He didn't know what it was, but from some text documents he saw, he believed it was some secret government operation to move drugs into the country and to potentially corroborate with terrorist or criminal groups. He began to talk about these ideas with the other security guard he was on post with, Carl E. LeBron. Tim would talk at length about how the government's planning something and about how people need to be prepared to stop it. At one point, he told Carl that it'd be pretty easy for a couple of guys to steal weapons from a military base. In conversation, Carl would always be casual and kind to Tim, but he became worried that Tim was planning something. So Carl began bringing a tape recorder to work and secretly recording their conversations. Again, not really with an outlet for these ideas, Tim began to seek out people who he thought would agree with his growing hatred of the government and the growing need to be prepared for what they might do. And the first on his list was Terry Nichols. After Terry left the army to take care of his son Josh, which he only did sparingly so, Terry went even more full bore in his distrust of the government, but just in a different way from where Tim went. Terry and his brother James became full-bore sovereign citizens, which I also have a whole video on this channel talking about sovereign citizens. So if you're interested in that, again, link in the description. The short version is sovereign citizens believe that the United States is effectively a corporation that is allowed to rule over people within the United States because of their assumed control, and that by simply not participating in their game, one can remove themselves from the control of the government. And Terry did all the typical sovereign citizen shticks. He renounced his citizenship. He began to file checks as for credit, saying it comes out of his secret bank account that is based off evaluations by the United States government, effectively owning him as a commodity. And he's now able to draw from that and not caring about his driver's license and, the typical spiel. Terry had also, after divorcing from his first wife, got a second wife named Marif through a mail order bride system out of the Philippines. When he met Marif, Marif was pregnant with another man's child, but Terry didn't mind and married her anyway. So in 1992, Tim met up again with Terry, his son Josh, Terry's wife Marif, and her infant child Jason. While Tim was certainly fired up about government overreach, he was also fired up about his usual shtick of being generally reckless. He was still driving like a maniac, but he was also acting like a maniac with his money. As mentioned, he used to be proficient in playing poker and winning money gambling in that sense, but now he had gotten into sports betting. Got to the point in the 1993 Super Bowl, he bet $1,000 on the Buffalo Bills beating the Dallas Cowboys, of which they did not do by a lot. Shortly after this, coincidentally, Tim decided that the taxes in New York State were too high, and he was going to begin the search for a free state, or at least what he determined as a free state, that he could live in at peace. What this really amounted to was couch hopping from friend to friend over the next several years. In February of 1993, while he was staying in Florida, Tim got a call from his father. It was a letter from the Army saying that Tim had been overpaid $1,058. While he was in the Army, Tim noticed these collective overpayments over time, but for one, figured that he was owed it, and two, figured they wouldn't come looking for it. Well, sure enough, with this letter, the Army wanted their money back, and Tim reacted as you could imagine. In a letter he sent to the Defense Department, Tim said, quote, "I've received your notice informing me of my debt owed to you, as well as your threat of referring me to the Justice Department, Big Brother. In all honesty, I cannot even dream of repaying you the $1,000 which you say I owe. In fact, I can barely afford my monthly rent. Assets? The only thing I own of any value is my car, a 1987 Chevrolet Geo Spectrum. If you really want the car, go ahead and seize it. My car is my only way to get to work to support myself, but I guess that's all irrelevant to you. Go ahead, take everything I own. Take my dignity. Feel good as you grow fat and rich at my expense, sucking my tax dollars and property, tax dollars which justify your existence and pay your federal salary. Do you get it? By doing your evil job, you put me out of work." I'm pretty sure he ended up never repaying that $1,058. Imagine that. And the money was just passed through collections and collections for a couple years before, Tim did the thing that made pretty much everyone forget about the $1,000. However, 2 weeks after he sent this letter, an event would happen that would undoubtedly be the most impactful for Tim's future direction. Sure, Tim had a lot of hate, and a lot of that, especially after Ruby Ridge, was directed towards the authorities, but he wasn't planning any definitive course of action yet. It was all just passing out literature and evangelizing his hatred of the state. What made him begin a plan of action was the events of February 28th, when the siege in Waco, Texas began. Now, I also, for the third time in this video, have an entire video about the Waco siege that will once again be linked in the description if you are interested. The short version is a man named David Koresh had a cult of people known as the Branch Davidians in Waco, Texas. Multiple people had problems with the Branch Davidians, and there were several reports of them manufacturing guns illegally, even though they had a legitimate gun business that did manufacture weapons legally. People thought that there were other weapons that were illegal at the same site as the legal ones, but I digress. Eventually, the ATF suspected them of building explosives, so they launched a full-scale siege on the compound. This led to a gunfight in which both sides say the other side shot first, and the gunfight created a 51-day-long siege in Waco, Texas. David Koresh agreed to come out after he was done typing up his final revelation from God or whatever, but the FBI decided he was taking too long, and they attacked the building with tanks and CS gas. At some point, the building caught fire. Again, both sides accused the other of being the one to start the fire, and in the ensuing fire, the complex that was filled with multiple families burned to the ground. In the fire, a total of 76 Branch Davidians were killed, 25 of which were children. Now, the explosive end of the Waco standoff had not happened yet, but the introduction to it was all Tim needed to get riled up. And I want to clarify, in both my videos about Ruby Ridge and Waco, I was heavily critical of the government's actions at both locations. And I still stand completely by everything I said in those videos. I think that the government's actions were a travesty. I think regardless of the evil or perceived evil of people like Randy Weaver and David Koresh, that does not justify the murder of, women and children. Controversial, I know. And I think there was so much that could have done better to save people's lives in both situations. And I think the government absolutely deserves all of the criticism that it got for those instances. However, for me, and again, 99% of people, that's where it ends. criticism, seeking justice, and hoping this kind of event does not happen again, and in some rare occasions, seeking out punishment for the parties involved. Snipers like Lon Horiuchi, who took the shot that killed Randy's wife, Vicki Weaver. For Tim, this was more fuel on a fire that had been burning for some time. See, his solution for this wasn't reform the system. It wasn't find these bad actors, get them out of there, and make things better in the future. For Tim, it was the whole thing is rotten. So eventually, the whole thing has to come down. Myself and Tim would probably agree on a lot of our takeaways from how those two standoffs went. What we would not agree on is the retaliation. When the Waco standoff began, a bunch of members of the press and protesters came to try to dissuade the government from committing any violent actions against the Branch Davidians. And Timothy McVeigh drove from Florida to Waco, Texas to voice his concern. He showed up and on the hood of his car sold anti-government bumper stickers with taglines like, "When guns become outlawed, I'll become an outlaw." And while Tim McVeigh was there, a student from the Southern Methodist University interviewed him for her school paper. Tim only stayed for a day, selling bumper stickers and then going home to keep up with the developing story as it happened. Over the next several weeks, he made plans to return and would eventually prepare to do just that. It was also around this time that Tim began making money on the gun show circuit. Gun shows, for those unfamiliar with the American practice, are these events that will be held in cities or towns where a large venue will be rented out for the purpose of effectively a large gun shop. Several gun shops and individuals can show up and place tables where they can sell goods, normally in relation to firearms, ammunition, or military/survivalist gear. Tim had begun making money by trading for guns and then modifying them and selling them at succeeding gun shows. He also sold a lot of his literature and bumper stickers. During these gun shows, he would make a lot of contacts that would become contentious in the trials and speculation that would follow. As mentioned, Tim was just looking for people that hated the government and any other skeletons they had in their closet or, in a lot of people's cases, on their front lawn, didn't matter. It's also around this time that Tim reignited contact with an old friend of his from the Army, Michael Fortier. Michael was at Fort Benning with Tim and Terry and was even transferred to Fort Riley with them as well. Michael was also very anti-government, but a lot of that anti-government notion came from the fact that he smoked marijuana and did crystal meth. So he was already fired up over the United States prohibitions around things like drugs. So when Tim at Fort Riley started to offer him a bunch of anti-government literature, Michael ate it up. Michael and Tim would talk at length about the New World Order and how a future rule of oppressors would attempt to take guns and rights away from the American population. Michael had also been keeping up with the news, and things like Ruby Ridge and Waco had him more fired up than ever. Michael and his girlfriend Lori lived in Kingman, Arizona, so anytime Tim was out west, he would normally stop by. While during his time in the military, Tim had been staunchly anti-drug, but now with not a lot of direction in life and a lot of growing hatred, he decided to experiment with drugs while he was with Michael. He didn't like weed, but he liked the high he got off of meth, and he liked feeling hyperactive and being able to do a bunch of projects. But ultimately, he realized that if he kept doing it, it would become a problem, so Tim only briefly experimented with drugs with Michael before stopping. He stayed a few weeks with Michael before he drove back to Michigan to be with Terry Nichols on his farm. While there, he made friends with a lot of Nichols' friends, other farmers around the area, and at one point, him and these friends began to experiment with explosives. Now, Tim, having served in the military and as a Bradley gunner, was no stranger to explosives. But now they were experimenting with homemade bombs made out of household materials. Most of these were done just for fun, and a lot of neighbors complained about it, as you can imagine. But like with many things in Tim's life, it laid potential groundwork for what would come later. During the month following his visit to Waco, the Waco siege continued to amp up. Tim and Terry had decided that perhaps if a bunch of protesters showed up and got in the way of the Davidians and the ATF and FBI, maybe the siege would end. So Terry and Tim had made a plan to go down there in front of the cameras and stage a protest. On the morning of April the 19th, Tim was outside working on his car, preparing for this trip back to Waco, when someone ran out onto the front porch and yelled at Tim, "Come inside, it's on fire." Tim runs into the house, and standing in the living room of the Nichols farm, he watches the Waco compound go up in flames. Tim and Terry were shouting. They were furious. Tim began crying. They both knew that there was women and children in that building, and they both knew what that fire and not a lot of people running out meant. As mentioned, a lot of people died that day, including 25 children. Tim not only saw this as an act of government overreach, but an act of lawful execution. He saw the same thing that I mentioned in my video about Waco, that as soon as the Branch Davidian flag fell off of the flagpole, the ATF ran their flag up the pole. That image and the lack of remorse at what the government did, remorse that wouldn't be seen publicly until nearly a decade later, changed Tim that day. And honestly, that day is probably the biggest contributor to what Tim would eventually do. See, no longer was he a guy trying to convert others to the cause or get ready for when Big Brother strikes. As far as he was concerned, this was the first punch. Now, he was in a fight. And from that moment on, Timothy McVeigh did not consider himself a man preparing for war. He considered himself a soldier at war. And over the months that follow, he would develop a plan of action. This was even seen in his behavior at gun shows. No longer was he just selling bumper stickers and quotes from the founding fathers. Now, he was selling things like ATF hats with bullet holes in them, or bumper stickers with Lon Horiuchi's home address, hoping that someone would assassinate him. As far as he was concerned, the attack at Waco was an attack against him, so to attack back would just be defense. At a lot of the popular gun shows, it's common to see the same faces time and time again. One of the faces that Tim had developed a relationship with was a man named Roger Moore. Roger Moore was a pretty successful businessman who now, after making a lot of his wealth, would travel these gun shows and sell weapons that he and his wife had put together. Tim developed a relationship with Roger and would even help him sell guns from his table. At one point, Roger Moore had begun selling grenade launchers, repurposed to civilian flare launchers. Tim was selling these launchers to people at a gun show and openly stating that you could use them to shoot down helicopters. During one of these gun shows, an undercover cop, who Tim knew was an undercover cop, came up to ask about the launchers, and the conversation went as follows. "What could you use these for?" the undercover detective asked at a Phoenix area gun show. "Well, those helicopters," McVeigh said. "The ATF bastards, these guys are civilian pilots, and they've never seen anything like this in front of them." "Isn't that illegal?" the customer asked. "Listen," McVeigh answered with an air of confidence, 37 millimeters is legal, and as long as there's only 1¼ ounces of propellant and the barrel is not twisted. To anyone, even cops, Tim is openly talking about the best ways to kill federal agents. While he was at one gun show, he saw a t-shirt for sale. On the front was a picture of Abraham Lincoln with the text, "Sic semper tyrannis," thus ever to tyrants. The words that John Wilkes Booth said after he shot Abraham Lincoln. And on the back of the shirt was a tree dripping with blood and a quote from Thomas Jefferson that read, "The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants." Tim bought this shirt, and it was the same shirt he would wear on that fateful day in 1995. Tim was eating up everything he could about the Waco story. He was listening to 911 calls. He was gathering tapes of the Branch Davidians that they had tried to send to the press before they were killed. He saw the documentary Waco, The Big Lie, which is a pretty biased and at times inaccurate telling of the Waco account, but a telling that fell in line with Tim's beliefs. Tim began to make home videos by splicing information from the documentary and information from the tapes and footage of the siege itself, and then sell those at gun shows as well. It was also around this time that his family, who already saw him becoming more and more erratic over time, saw him becoming much more erratic. While he was away, he would have Terry Nichols drive to his home back in New York and get things from his dad's place. And Terry would say things like, "Oh, Tim's in good hands. He's with Michael Fortier," who Tim's dad had never heard of. Any time that Tim had a moment to talk to anyone, he talked about Waco. He talked about how evil the state is and how someone needed to do something about it. Every time he would visit home, he would play one of his tapes to try to further radicalize his family against the government. His father, Bill, understood why Waco was a bad thing, and he felt a lot of his son's anger, but not nearly to the degree that Tim did. And his younger sister, Jennifer, loved her older brother and was sympathetic to a lot of his feelings, but she in no way reflected the same level of anger, even if she agreed with Tim that the government had done wrong. But to Tim, anyone who wasn't willing to fight was someone in the way, and as time went on, he began to retract further and further from his family. He would change his answering machine to different patriotic quotes and quotes about fighting against evil governments. He was so emboldened that while working his security job, he showed his supervisor one of the tapes he had made and gave him a pamphlet he had made about Waco and why the government's evil. A job that he was taking more and more time off of as he became, for one, more dedicated in this current path he was taking, and was also just making money at gun shows. At one gun show he was at with Roger Moore, him and Moore got into a fight. Tim had showed up that day and volunteered to work the table, and a cop had walked by, and as soon as the cop made his way past the booth, Tim ran him down and began to talk very belligerently to him about Waco, trying to convince this cop that the government's evil and that if the cop's not careful, he's, going to also be considered evil. When he came back, Moore and Tim got into a huge fight, but Tim felt like he hadn't done anything wrong. He was just telling the good word, the truth as he saw it, that people needed to know. Roger Moore agreed with a lot of Tim's political beliefs against the United States government and beliefs of like Waco being wrong. But Moore had something to lose. He had a wife, he had a business, and he didn't want Tim endangering those things. So the next day at the gun show, he told Tim not to come back. As with everything else in Tim's life, this is a grudge that he would not forget. At one point, Tim had tried to start a militia out of Michigan at the Nichols property, but felt that he couldn't find enough people with a righteous fury like his own. It was around this time in his letters to Jennifer that a lot of his lying about his position in life began. And on October 20th of 1993, he sent her a letter that had some pretty troubling content. In this letter, he told his sister that he was in urgent need for someone in the family to understand him. This is in the midst of a lot of communication about how terrible the government is and about how someone needs to do something. And in an attempt to justify his position on the government, Tim said this. Now, here's what led to my current life. It all revolves around my arrival at Fort Bragg for Special Forces. We all took intelligence, psychological, adeptness, and a whole battery of other tests out of a group of 400. One day in formation, 10 social security numbers were called out, no names, and told to leave formation. Mine was one. The 10 of us were told that out of the select group of 400, we had scored highest on certain tests. We had been selected because of our intelligence, physical makeup, 165 pounds, 6 feet, being ultimate warrior type. I was only slightly off, 160 pounds, 6', 1.5", and physical abilities. We were to feel special, part of a hand-picked group. We were all asked to volunteer, talk about peer pressure, to do some, quote, work for the government on the domestic as well as international front. What I learned next, both from the briefings and from the questions and private talks included, 1, we would be helping the CIA fly drugs into the U.S. to fund many covert operations. 2, military consultants were to work hand in hand with civilian police agencies to quiet anyone whom we deemed a security risk. We would be government-paid assassins. 3, many other details. To verify these last two, see the enclosed article or watch again the movie Lethal Weapon. It also gives you new insight to things like Waco, etc. They were murdered by hitmen. Now, there are a lot of conspiracies around McVeigh and the Oklahoma City bombing, and this is one of the big ones. Several people will say that Timothy McVeigh was sheep-dipped. Sheep-dipped is a term that alludes to the idea that American soldiers who are selected for these special programs will publicly leave the Army when in reality they are now working a more covert or important undercover mission. It's called sheep dipped because it's like the soldier is dipped in the cloak of a sheep to disguise that they are a wolf. Now, I am not saying that the government has never done that. If you've watched a lot of my videos, you probably know that I think the government's capable of really anything. But there are a lot of things that lead me to believe Timothy McVeigh was not one of these guys. For one, agents who do get drafted to missions like that, where they go total gray man and they're doing these super high security missions completely on their own with maybe a handler to contact from time to time, those guys are trusted with really the highest level of security clearance and knowledge that any soldier could have. I mean, they have knowledge to secret operations that the government cannot trust the military to do, even elite groups of the military who are used to things like secret missions, because allegedly these guys are doing operations the government cannot be tied to. Obviously, that kind of person has to be the most full bore, stand for the flag, support the government, whatever the cost kind of guy, right? Timothy McVeigh was reading the Turner Diaries before he even enlisted. He says that he supposedly was recruited to this program out of the Special Forces selection. You know, before you go to the trial that determines if you're cut out for Special Forces, which wouldn't it make sense to pull these guys from the Special Forces instead of like the trial for the Special Forces? But he didn't even make it to selection until after he was in Desert Storm. And before he was in Desert Storm, he was getting into trouble at Fort Riley for trying to wear a white power t-shirt. I don't think the government for this super black ops level operation would use a guy who had a KKK membership for a month. While in prison, McVeigh would say that he told his sister this because he was trying to convince her of how terrible the government is. And even though it was a lie, he felt justified in it to get his point across. But a lot of people now will allege that Tim was a secret agent and the OKC bombing was part of a false flag operation, without most of them knowing that the source of that claim is a letter Tim sent to his sister to try to convince her that the government was bad. Which also, I feel like this goes without saying, if Tim was doing those things, you know, being a secret agent to traffic drugs into the country and assassinate people and eventually blow up a building, I feel like that kind of agent wouldn't write his sister that all of those things are real and he was asked to do them, and then just add at the end that he declined to do it, but also gave her details about what specifically he would be doing if he hypothetically was doing it, which he isn't. Anyway, this goes to show the mindset that Tim was in at the time. Any lie or action against the government is justified because of 25 dead kids in Waco. Around this time, on November 22nd of 1993, Tim was awoken in the middle of the night at the Nichols home. He was awoken because Marif was freaking out. She was freaking out because her 2-year-old son, Jason, had suffocated. He was asleep in a room with a plastic bag, and at some point in the night had got the bag stuck around his face and had tragically choked to death on it. Tim attempted CPR and they called an ambulance, but sadly it was too late. After the funeral, Tim would overhear Marif telling a family member that she thinks Tim or Terry suffocated the young Jason. Now, by all accounts, Terry had always had a positive relationship to Jason. Even though he wasn't his biological father, he still took care of him. And Tim had seemed to always like kids and would play with Jason a lot. There isn't a lot of evidence, or really any evidence, that either of the two men would have wanted to hurt Jason. Considering where Tim would wind up, I'm not really willing to put any action out of his reach and say he definitely couldn't have done it, but his targets were certainly clear as like government agents and people around them, and I don't think he thought that the 2-year-old Jason was a federal informant. Probably. Eventually, Marif dropped this idea and continued to live with Terry, but this was an accusation that would make its way back through the press after the bombing. Also, at some point before the bombing in 1994, apparently, like while Terry was away, Tim had an affair with Marif. It was like on a few occasions, and according to Tim, you know, they were both happy with it and he didn't really resent her for it or whatever, and I guess she didn't resent him. But like, you're living in your bro's house and you just sleep with his wife while he's gone. He killed 168 people. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but it's just like, what does that accomplish in your war against the federal government? At this point in his life, it's clear that Tim was far removed from the plucky young kid who just wanted to do good before he joined the army. Now he was a man at war, and anything that he could take for himself in the midst of that war was just the spoils, I guess. I don't know if Terry ever found out about that. I mean, he eventually found out about it because it was like circulated in the news and stuff, but I don't know if he found out about it before the bombing. But the fact there was no big fallout between them before the bombing, which again, I'm not even sure if he knew that was happening. But the fact there was no argument led to a lot of newspapers to report that they had like a voluntary arrangement, like Terry had invited Tim to sleep with his wife, and all three of them were just really cool with that, which I don't think that was necessarily the case. But either way, I could only imagine for the news, like in the wake of the bombing, finding out all of these things about all of these people at once, it had to be a lot. Tim would continue to write letters to Jennifer In one of them, on Christmas Eve of 1993, he said, quote, "In the past, you would see the news and see a bank robbery and judge him a criminal. The Federal Reserve and the banks are the real criminals. So where's the crime in getting even? I guess if I reflect, it's sort of a Robin Hood thing, and our government is the evil king." In February of 1994, Tim goes back to live with Michael in Kingman, Arizona. Not long after, he goes to a gun show where he again runs into Roger Moore. Tim goes to Roger and tries to patch up their relationship, but Roger is upset because, as he says, Tim stole his designs for the flare launcher. As Tim describes it, he had seen that a lot of Moore's flare launchers weren't selling, so he had modified them to fire a timed charge. He had basically modified it to where you could light a fuse out of the side of the grenade launcher, so you could fire like a smoke bomb or a firework that had its own fuse. You could shoot it somewhere and then it would go off at that location. Tim argued that he was doing this to try to help Moore sell some of his equipment, but Moore said Tim just took a bunch of his stuff and then started selling it without telling him. And Tim was like, "Well, I did do that, but I also, told them they could buy them from you or they could buy ammo from you. So really, I'm the victim in this." But it furthered his disdain with Moore that would come to fruition some years later. Speaking of explosives, while at Michael's home, Tim had graduated from making homemade bombs with chemicals in Michigan to now building things like pipe bombs and setting them off at Michael's property. Actually, small correction, he didn't have the conversation with Moore at a gun show. He had driven to Moore's house in Arkansas that Moore had invited him to previously to try to patch things up, and that's where the accusation of stealing the flare launcher design came from. I mention that not only to make sure my facts are straight, but also because the fact Tim knew where Moore lived will matter later. Tim had also began renting a house near Michael's in Arizona, and Michael would visit the house and say that his house was more akin to a bunker. No decorations on the walls, just loaded guns in every corner and a stockpile of lumber in the backyard that he used as a bullet trap so he could practice shooting. After all, he was a man at war, and this was his command post. In 1994, Tim got a call from his dad that his grandfather, Ed, was in the hospital, and he may not have much longer left. So Tim flew home to see his grandfather, and the way their interaction and his interaction with his father played out really gives a testament to how far Tim has come. On page 150 of American Terrorist, it says, quote, "Ever since his breakdown at Ed McVeigh's house, Tim had wanted to find a way to put his grandfather at ease. Now, at last, the opportunity to explain his behavior seemed within his grasp. The visit itself proved anticlimactic. McVeigh had been hoping for a long, deep discussion with his grandfather, but Ed had a roommate, which made for an awkward situation. There was no way McVeigh could open up with a stranger lying within earshot. He tried to salvage the visit, producing a video from Desert Storm detailing the role his unit had played in the war. If he couldn't bear his soul to his beloved grandfather, he certainly could try to make him proud of his grandson. There was no VCR in Ed's room. Indeed, none available to patients at all. Just seeing his grandfather would have to be satisfaction enough. Back at Bill McVeigh's Campbell Boulevard home, McVeigh tried to show his father another video, this one about Waco, but Bill refused to watch. He wasn't interested. When Tim was a kid, he had a friend named Steve Hodge, who over the years Tim had stayed in contact with through letters. But as Tim tried to further radicalize Steve towards Tim's point of view, Steve wasn't interested. And as mentioned, Tim's at war now, and he has no time for people who will not be down with the cause. So, in a farewell letter, Tim said, "It also stands to reason that anyone who sympathizes with the enemy or gives aid or comfort to said enemy is likewise guilty. I have sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign or domestic, and I will. And I will because not only did I swear to, but I believe in what it stands for in every bit of my heart, soul, and being. I know in my heart that I am right in my struggle, Steve. I have come to peace with myself, my God, and my cause. Blood will flow in the streets, Steve. Good versus evil. Free men versus socialist wannabe slaves. Pray it is not your blood, my friend." Already we can see the setup for what he would eventually do. Those who even give aid to the people he considers the enemy are themselves guilty. If you remember, in that previous letter he sent to the newspaper, he said that he hopes it won't come down to bloodshed, but now he's saying blood will flow. Those who aren't as angry as him are the enemy. They have to be. On July 25th of 1994, Mike and Lori were married, and Timothy McVeigh was Mike's best man. Around this time, Tim was also doing his own reconnaissance from rumors he heard at gun shows. He heard about Area 51, so he hiked up on a mountain near Area 51 and took a bunch of pictures. He was technically on public land, so even though helicopters and guards drove by, he wasn't bothered by this. As a matter of fact, he brought a gun to shoot back if they fired at him. At one point, he heard that there was a UN staging facility in Gulfport, Mississippi. So he drove down to Gulfport to get photographs for himself. He determined it was just some humanitarian effort that was repurposing UN vehicles, but nevertheless, he believed there was credibility to the idea that the UN was staging equipment around the United States in preparation for an eventual takeover. Furthermore, the things that he was selling at these gun shows became more and more alarming. One of the things he began selling was ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate is a popular fertilizer, something basic you can put on the ground to help crop growth. However, for Tim's purposes, ammonium nitrate is also a very powerful accelerant. It contains a lot of oxygen, so when placed in an explosive, it provides a lot of oxygen for the combustion to continue to grow and inflame. So Tim began buying large quantities of ammonium nitrate and then parsing them out into baggies to sell at gun shows for the express purpose of being used in explosives. Obviously, it's illegal to build and sell homemade bombs, but there's nothing illegal about selling fertilizer, and Tim knew that. Tim's paranoia continued to grow when in September of 1994, the Clinton administration passed the assault weapons ban. Most gun legislation is dumb for one reason or the other, and the assault weapons ban is evidence of that. For one, it made it illegal to have a setup like this where the stock and pistol grip are not connected to each other. I guess because an unconnected stock is where the danger comes in. So there had to be a connection point between this and this. There was a lot of regulations around mag capacity and detachable magazines as a whole. And you couldn't have some really weird things like a flash suppressor or, stuff that screws onto the end of the barrel. And bayonet lugs were also outlawed because you can use this lug to attach a knife to the bottom of the gun. So God forbid your shooting thing could also stab people. But of course, to Timothy, this was another part of the government's greater plan. This is just one small step in their eventual goal of completely disarming the public. And at this point, Tim was just full bore doing whatever he could to get guns to people who he thought had a right to have them. So he began doing what's known as straw purchases. A straw purchase is when you purchase a gun with the express purpose to give it to someone else. So it would be like if I went into a gun store and I bought a gun under my name, and then I handed it to you out in the parking lot. Although we'd probably not do it in the parking lot because, you don't want them to see that. Now, normally, people who need to do straw purchases do that because they have a criminal record or some reason they can't purchase a firearm. But Tim said he completely understood if people just didn't want their names on a registry. So he just bought a ton of guns and then handed them off to the actual interested parties. Which straw purchasing in itself is a weird gray area because you can't purchase a gun with the intent to dispose it to someone else, but you can purchase guns for gifts. So a grandfather's allowed to buy his grandson a deer rifle or whatever. So if you buy a gun and then you hand it to someone, the cops would be like, hey, that's illegal. And then you're like, well, it's a gift. And they're like, oh, carry on. It seems that the distinction between them is the cash trade-off. Like it's a gift if you just hand someone a gun, but not if they give you money for the gun. But you can privately sell firearms to other people, and that's legal. So as long as at the moment of purchase you are not planning to sell it, you're fine. But if you walk out into the parking lot and then decide to sell it, that's also fine. Like I said, gun laws are always dumb. Like, even if you hate firearms and think they need to be outlawed, surely you could agree that this is a weird way to do it. So Tim has an enemy. The enemy has struck first, as he considers Waco, and now they are attempting to disarm him so he can't do anything about it. Someone like Tim, if there was ever a time for action, it's now. So Tim goes to Michael and says that he has a plan of attack, and that attack will be blowing up a federal building. Tim says that Terry Nichols is already in on the operation, and Tim wants to know if Michael's in too. Michael says that he would never do anything like that unless the UN was on his front yard. See, Michael was still gung-ho about hating the government and thinking a new world order was coming and all of that, but he wasn't quite ready to start killing people, as clearly Tim was. Now, I should also clarify that at the end of this, Michael was the only one who got a plea deal. So I don't believe Michael had a direct hand in a lot of the events that would follow. At the very least, he knew about it. And it would also make sense if Michael made himself sound a little bit better to the police. So while in hindsight, he says that he told Tim he didn't want any part of it, you can guess that maybe the actual conversation implied maybe he did, want a little bit, like a little slice of part of it. But either way, for the official record, Mike said he didn't want anything to do with it. But when Tim called a couple weeks later and asked Michael to get a storage facility in Kingman, Michael did look for one before Tim ended up getting one himself. The storage facility would be used to store components of the explosives. At this point, too, Terry Nichols had moved around. He had left the family farm in Michigan and was now living at a house in Kansas. So as Tim traveled back and forth from Arizona to Kansas, it was a much shorter drive than all the way to Michigan. So at this point, as Tim said to Michael, and as he was discussing with Terry, he was full bore ready to build a bomb and blow up a federal building. Just like he had read about in the Turner Diaries all those years ago, he was putting the plan into action. And just like the Turner Diaries, he decided that the best course of action was a car bomb. But the bomb was going to be really big, so more like a truck bomb. There was a lot of components for the bomb he could buy himself, like the ammonium nitrate mentioned earlier and the 55-gallon drums to place the explosives into. But there was also some equipment that he couldn't buy without a permit, so he decided he was just going to steal it. There was a rock quarry in Kansas that had explosives for the purpose of rock blasting. So Tim and Terry broke into it one night and stole a lot of the more sensitive items. Items like blasting caps and Tovex, or blasting gel. Things that he would need to get his initial detonation, and then stuff like the fertilizer could take it from there. He took these stolen items and stashed them in the storage facility in Kingman, Arizona. That way, if the Kansas police were looking for them, it would complicate the investigation if the actual stolen goods were a state over. Or, a couple states over. Tim began to take small pieces of the explosives to do test detonations. Both Tim and Michael say that Michael was not present for the testing because he didn't want to be. But to be clear, Michael had clear knowledge of what Tim was planning. Tim had told Michael, hey, I'm going to blow up a federal building. And then began to steal things and use a storage facility near Michael's home to stash the stolen things. And now he was testing smaller versions of what would be the big version. While amassing the components, Tim was also looking for a target. There were several federal buildings across the country that he had scoped out, and he had a list of criteria as to what would qualify a building as a good target. The way a lot of these federal buildings work is there will be a building in a major city that has several different offices within it. So other than a building like the ATF headquarters in Huntington, West Virginia, there will be individual ATF offices at different federal buildings across the country, for example. So the federal building Tim was going to choose had to have two of his three targeted agencies, the ATF, the FBI, or the DEA. The DEA is interesting. I mean, it's obvious why he would target the ATF and the FBI, considering their role in Waco and investigations and arresting people. I guess he assumes the DEA is also responsible of using their power to arrest a lot of people without just cause. And he filtered out a lot of different locations that didn't make the cut. He said he would have blown up the FBI headquarters in DC, but after checking out the property, there was too much security and there was no way he was going to get a truck up to the front door. There was one federal building he checked out that he saw had a floral shop on the first floor, and bizarrely, I guess he considered the floral shop too many civilian casualties. Rich coming from the guy who would do what he did. But eventually, he settled on the Alfred P. Murrah building of downtown Oklahoma City. The Alfred P. Murrah location had an ATF office and a DEA office. It also had a Secret Service office, which Tim considered a bonus. Some reports would allege that he targeted the building because Bob Ricks, an FBI agent who was very instrumental in a lot of the events around Waco, was there. But Tim said he found out Bob Ricks was there after he had already picked his target, so similar to the Secret Service, Bob Ricks being there was just another bonus. And he also picked his date, April 19th of 1995, the 2-year anniversary of the Waco fire. He planned to hit the building at 11 a.m. when he said most of the federal workers would be getting ready for lunch. While he considered things like Bob Ricks and the Secret Service office a bonus, I guess other things that were there, like a housing and urban development office and a social security office and a children's daycare, were acceptable losses. Granted, Tim would later say that he had no idea a daycare was there when he committed the attack, and that he might have changed his target. At one point, Michael 40A asked, "What about all the people there? You know, people that aren't agents you're trying to kill." To which Tim replied, "Think about the people as if they were stormtroopers in Star Wars. They may be individually innocent, but they are guilty because they work for the evil empire," equating real lives and real people to characters from a movie. He also compared the attack he was about to commit to Hiroshima. Sure, the United States knew that there would be a lot of innocents killed in the blast, but it was to stop a war. It was to stop the death of many others in the future. So it's a hard decision, as he would equate the decision of not taking his rabbit to the vet when he was a child, but a decision that he felt had to be made. Before he settled on the bombing itself, there were a few other plans of attack he had. He was considering finding the addresses of several FBI and ATF agents and just assassinating them. At one point, he considered assassinating Lon Horiuchi's family so that, according to him, he could feel the same pain that he caused the Weaver family when he shot Vicky Weaver. I mean, it's clear at every point that his primary motive was revenge. Dirty for dirty, as Bad Company said. At one point, he considered blowing up the building at night when there would be a minimal number of casualties. But he said the government had infinite money. They could replace a building. If he really wanted to hurt them, it was the people who couldn't be replaced he should target. He also said the Alfred P. Murrah building had a lot of ground around it that you could take photographs from, so there'd be a lot of pictures of the explosion to get his point across. He continued to stockpile pieces for the explosive. Him and Terry Nichols used a calling card, which calling cards were cards that were used to make phone calls. You could prepay money on them, but what was convenient about them is you could put whatever caller ID you wanted on them. So using a calling card under the alias of Mike Havens, Terry and Tim made several calls to get things like ammonium nitrate in large quantities. For a flammable material, he settled on nitromethane because it was cheaper than alternatives, and he called a shop that was selling it and made up a cover story that he was into motorcycle racing and needed a bunch of nitromethane for him and his friends. In the midst of piecing together the equipment and storing it across multiple states, Tim gets a call that his grandfather Ed had died. Tim was actually traveling when he died, so by the time he heard from his father, which was 5 days later, Ed had already been buried. So Tim drove home to be with his family after his grandfather's death. That same weekend, Tim sent Terry Nichols to rob Roger Moore. See, mostly because of the beef Tim had with Roger, Tim considered Roger a traitor. He had a bunch of guns and know-how, but he wasn't willing to use them for the cause. And those guns, he felt, would be better served in the hands of people who intended to do something with them. And buying that much bomb equipment is expensive, and they needed money. Of course, Tim couldn't do it himself because Roger recognized him. So Terry took the job. Roger was alone at his house in Arkansas, walking out to his barn, when Terry came up behind him in a ski mask and camouflage clothing with a shotgun. He tied Roger up, threw him on the floor of his home, and demanded to know where the money and guns were. Terry stole about 90 guns, a bunch of cash, a bunch of gold, silver, and gems. He loaded it all into Roger's van and then drove a few miles to his vehicle, moved all of the items into his, ditched the van, and got away. When the police asked Roger who would have stolen from him, of course, Roger said Timothy McVeigh. But Tim had a pretty good alibi considering he was in New York at the time of the robbery. It wouldn't be until the trials that followed the bombing the police actually put together who soft Roger, and for a long time the case was unsolved. Although Roger always suspected that it was Tim, to the point that on multiple occasions he tried to contact Tim and say that someone robbed him and he just wants Tim to know who it could be, because maybe this crazy robber will rob someone else and Tim should come out to his property and talk about it, when really Roger just wanted to confront him because he knew, even though Tim was not the one that robbed him, that Tim had something to do with it. Tim, of course, was aware of what Roger was trying to do and just played hooky up until the bombing. But Terry and Tim were able to keep a lot of their finances running through this theft. While he was back in New York, especially considering that across the country he was planning the largest terrorist attack in American history, his relations with his family were weird, to say the least. While going through his grandfather's belongings, he would get into fights with family members. He was generally irritable to those around him. He had his sister Jennifer proofread a letter that he was sending to the American Legion. This letter he wanted to be published, titled Constitutional Defenders, referred to the government as things like power-hungry stormtroopers and fascist tyrants. He also said that militia groups now had the right to respond with violence because of what the government has done. He also had his sister type up a letter that he wanted to be read by the ATF in the event of his death. Although he didn't tell his sister that, he just had her type up the letter and told her to keep it. This letter was titled ATF Read. And in this letter, there were quotes such as, ATF, all you tyrannical motherfuckers will swing in the wind one day for your treasonous actions against the Constitution of the United States. Remember the Nuremberg war trials. But I only followed orders. Die, you spineless, cowardice, sick bastards. At one point, there was a fire at a building near his home, so he drove over to the fire with a gun. That way, if any federal agents showed up, he might shoot them. He even visited his old security post where Carl Urban was working. Carl asked what he was doing there. Tim said, targets of opportunity, whatever that means. Around the same time, Terry Nichols was planning to take a trip to his wife's family in the Philippines. He gave his ex-wife, the mother of his son, a package to open in the event that he does not come back. Of course, his ex-wife, who can't stand him, immediately opened the package. Inside of the bag was Nichols' life insurance policy, a letter to Tim and his sister Jennifer, the combination lock to a storage unit, and directions on how to find a secret stash within his ex-wife's home. There were instructions to split the life insurance policy between Marif, his current wife, and his son Josh. Inside the compartment hidden in her kitchen counter, Lena found $20,000 in cash and another letter to McVeigh. The letter was full of cryptic lines, but among them was the quote, "You're on your own now. Go for it. As far as heat, none that I know of. This letter would be for the purpose of my death." At this point, Lena considered that whatever Terry was going to do in the Philippines, he was going to die for it. Now, this has also been the spark of a lot of speculation regarding conspiracies around the Oklahoma City bombing. Terry suspiciously, shortly before the bombing, goes to the Philippines, perhaps to meet some foreign connection. Not to say there weren't any foreign parties who would be interested in bombing a United States federal building. I'm sure there were plenty. But you know, Terry Nichols, a sovereign citizen, a guy who's dumb enough to leave this incredibly important message and another incredibly important message with and in the home of his ex-wife who can't stand him. He would come back from the trip, by the way. Terry returned home and was mad that his ex-wife had opened the package because, duh. I understand why it causes suspicion, but Marif as well, unless his mail-order bride from the Philippines was also inducted into the CIA or some covert overseas operation, also attested that it was just to see her family. And the family attested that it was to see her family. Terry was, of course, committed to the bombing, but it's not like he was on some top secret assignment. He was just probably, as he was with most things in his life, over paranoid and figured if he was to die in an accident or a plane crash or something like that, that he should send a message to Tim rather than just sending a message to Tim. Of course, the next thing that his ex-wife does is go to the storage locker and enter the combination. Inside, she finds gold, silver, and jade stones, as well as a wig, a black ski mask, makeup, and pantyhose. She begins to suspect that Terry is a bank robber, when in reality, these are just the things from the Roger Moore theft. Which again, don't know why he would give the combination to his ex-wife who can't stand him, but whatever. When Terry gets back from the Philippines, she's furious by him doing all of that, but she doesn't report him to the police. She demands answers, sure, but she doesn't want her son's father to wind up in jail. There was also a previous instance where during a gun show circuit and back when Tim was trying to recruit people for his militia, he had met a guy who showed interest and wanted to meet Tim on the California-Arizona border, like out in the wilderness. Well, that meeting never took place because when Tim got there, the guy didn't show. So Tim had taped his letter inviting this guy to his militia to a telephone pole out in the middle of the desert. On November 30th of 1994, a lineman who was working on the pole came across the letter. There wasn't anything too specific in it, but there was a lot of details about being a patriot and fighting for your rights and the government taking firearms and blah, blah, blah. At the end, he simply signed it Tim T. At the end of the letter, he left a message for whoever's reading this and said, P.S. And if you are a Fed, think twice. Think twice about the Constitution you are supposedly enforcing. Isn't enforcing freedom an oxymoron? And think twice about catching us with our guard down. You will lose just like Deegan did, and your family will lose. William Deegan was the marshal killed during the Ruby Ridge incident. The only romantic relationship that Tim really pursued in his adult life was that of Andrea Peters. Andrea Peters was a girl who worked with Tim at his security job. And even though the relationship never kicked off, the two maintained a friendship, and Tim would write to her occasionally. And the letters sure got more intense as Tim got more intense, but they were never to the degree of like the letters he sent Jennifer of outright stating everything he was going to do short of, I am going to blow up a federal building. To Andrea, it was more vague. But in December of 1994, he sent her a letter that reads as follows. Hey, gorgeous. Poof goes your head. I know, I can take a hint, but this is my address anyway. If you ever need anything, let me know. 1, someone killed, blown up, etc. 2, a shoulder. 3, refuge. 4, fertilization from good stock when the clock starts ticking. I'll always listen. Don't hesitate to drop me a line. People may change superficially, but not underneath. Remember that. Take care and Merry Christmas, Tim. So for one, in this letter to the girl, he mentions that he could kill someone or blow someone up, which, foreshadowing. And also tells her that he can fertilize her when the clock starts ticking, which is a crazy thing to say to anyone. I don't think there's ever a context that that's okay. I don't think I could tell my wife that. She'd probably hit me. With all the guns from the Roger Moore heist, Tim calls Michael and says that Michael can sell them at gun shows to make some good money. So Michael drives with Tim to pick up the guns. And when he meets Michael, Tim is also trying to move the blasting caps he stole from the quarry. So he has Michael's wife wrap them up in Christmas presents, as it was December, and if they got stopped by the police or in a car wreck or something, it wouldn't be suspicious to just have Christmas presents in the car. On the drive, Tim has Michael drive him by the Alfred P. Murrah building in Oklahoma City, Tim's intended target. While Michael didn't participate in the bombing itself, he certainly encouraged it with doing things like, not calling the police. Now, if you ask Michael, he tried to dissuade Tim from the bombing by making comments like, that sounds stupid, which, really stuck it to the man with that one. Really stopped the bomber. The two drove by the building, and Tim explained to Michael where he was going to park the truck and how the explosion would affect the building itself. This is one of the few times that Tim drove by the Alfred P. Murrah building. According to him and those around him, he was never inside of it, as some rumors would suggest. After the bombing, there were multiple people who said they recognized him because he had been staking out the building or sometimes was even escorted inside of the building. But for one, if that was the case, again, if this is all part of a conspiracy and Tim has connections in the government, it would be really dumb to leave as much evidence as Tim walking through the building he was going to blow up with multiple witnesses. And two, if you're going to blow up a building with a bomb that big, you don't really need to know what it looks like inside to do it. All the schematics for the building and all of the visible columns that held it up were apparent from the outside. The one thing that Tim would always contest is that he did not know there was a daycare in the building. Sure, he knew, like with any public building, there'd probably be innocent people in the way, or collateral damage, as he referred to them. Years later, Tim would reflect and say, quote, if it was known that there was an entire daycare center, it might have given me pause to switch targets. That's a large amount of collateral damage. After he separated from Michael, Tim actually got into a car accident, and miraculously, the blasting caps didn't explode. To clarify, these blasting caps he intended to sell, because he had more than enough he needed for the bomb, but this was still from the same batch of stuff he stole for the bomb. Tim's plan was to rent a Ryder box truck and then place the explosives inside of it. He knew he would need a driver's license for the rental, so he had the 40As make him a fake license under the name Robert Kling. Tim had multiple aliases, from Mike Havens, that was on the calling card, to Tim Tuttle, which is what he would call himself at gun shows, and now Robert Kling. Tim was now ready to begin assembling his bomb, and as soon as it was assembled, he wanted to use it. The bomb was so big, he knew he would have to build it within the truck. There was no way he was going to move the whole thing. And for one, it's expensive to rent a truck for any long amount of time, money that Tim didn't have. Most of the money from the Moore robbery ended up going to Terry Nichols, as it seems Tim wanted to be even with Terry for all the time he spent sleeping on Terry's couch. And also, it's one thing to explain a storage building full of fertilizer. It's another thing to try to explain a truck full of bomb. Mike's niece was coming to stay with him in Kingman, so Tim got a motel nearby as he made his final preparations to move the materials out of Arizona. During these days, Tim tried to convince Mike to buy into the cause, his doorstep. And Tim would respond by saying, "What about your neighbor's doorstep? What about David Koresh's doorstep?" Since Mike agreed that the government was evil, Tim felt that Mike was being selfish. He was only interested in protecting himself, not protecting others, as Tim felt he was doing. Mike saw Tim a couple times while he was staying at the motel, and it was the last time Mike would see Tim before the explosion. I want to make it clear that while, yes, Mike did not directly participate, he did do things like drove Tim by the Alfred P. Murrah building. He didn't get the storage facility, but he was going to help Tim get a storage facility to store the equipment. And most crucially, he did not stop him. Never did Mike attempt to contact the authorities or even discuss contacting the authorities. And it's not like Mike wasn't sure what Tim was going to do. At one point, Tim had taken a bunch of soup cans in Mike's kitchen and laid out different potential ways that the bomb could be made in the back of the truck. Mike knew exactly what was going to happen, and he did nothing to stop it. The blood is also on his hands. In his final days, Tim made some final contacts. He sent his sister a bunch of memorabilia, things like his high school yearbook. Before he delivered his yearbook, Tim saw there was a section to fill out that said, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Tim had never written in it before, but now he wrote gun shop owner. He did this as a sort of joke, knowing that inevitably the media would find his personal belongings. And sure enough, the fact that a young boy wanted to be a gun shop owner and then went on to be a terrorist was all the rage for a time. He wanted Jennifer to have it if he was to be captured or killed, which he fully suspected. In his last week, Tim tried to call a couple of organizations that he thought would protect him after the explosion. One of those was the National Alliance, the aforementioned white supremacist group that was started by the author of the Turner Diaries. But when they didn't get back to him, he reached out to a group in Oklahoma known as Elohim City, a white separatist group that was known to be at odds with federal authorities. As mentioned earlier, even if Tim wasn't expressly racist and didn't care that much about those views, he was certainly willing to break bread with them if it meant getting what he wanted. And in this case, that meant potentially sheltering from the state. He had met a member of Elohim City at a gun show earlier and had thought that if anyone would protect someone after, terrorist attack, it would probably be them. But these final phone calls that were never returned before the bombing, and the fact that Tim had previously met someone from Elohim City, was a point of contention in the trial that would follow, because people who claimed there was a greater collaboration at foot pointed to these as examples that other parties were involved. A week before, on April 12th, Tim drove once again to Oklahoma City. He wanted to make sure all the roads were still open, that there was no construction that could stop an escape route. And since all looked good, he continued on to Kansas with plans to get the fertilizer to begin the assembly. But on April 14th, the head gasket of his vehicle blew. So he pulled into an auto shop. At this point, he was near Fort Riley, Kansas, and the attendant at the auto shop remembered Tim from the time that Tim was in the Army. And since replacing the head gasket would be more expense than the car was worth, for $250, the attendant sold Tim a 1977 yellow Mercury Grand Marquis. At the time, Tim had a Michigan driver's license due to the time he was living in Michigan, and the address on the driver's license was to the Nichols farm. So he told the attendant to just mail the paperwork to that address. Little breadcrumbs like this would be useful in the investigation later to piece all of the different strings together. Tim's plan was to head back to Junction City, Kansas, where the other pieces of the explosive were, and then meet with Terry, who would follow him to Oklahoma City so he could stash a getaway car. Tim planned to leave the Mercury in a parking lot that was sheltered from the blast by a nearby building. And then Terry would drive Tim back. Tim would rent the Ryder truck, assemble the explosive, and then drive to Oklahoma City, where after the explosion, he would get in the Marquis and make his escape. That Friday, the 15th, he checked into the Dreamland Motel in Junction City. The next day, he went to Elliot's body shop that did Ryder truck rentals, and under the name Robert Kling, booked it for a one-way trip to Omaha. Omaha was about the same distance as Oklahoma City, and obviously, to not give any more suspicion than he already had, he didn't want to say the city he would actually be taking the truck to. While checking out the truck, Tim declined insurance, and the attendant told him that he should be careful because that means he's liable for any damage the truck will receive, to which Tim replied with a straight face, "I won't need any." With the Ryder truck now reserved for pickup, Tim went back to the Dreamland Motel. He made a call to Terry, but Terry didn't answer. It was a Saturday, and the next day, Easter Sunday, they had planned to drive to Oklahoma City and stash the car. So that night in the motel, Tim ordered Chinese food from a nearby restaurant. Keep in mind, he had booked the room under the name Tim McVeigh, but he had ordered Chinese food under the name Robert Kling. There were multiple ways when this case was over that Tim was caught dead to rights. But, using the same room and going by both Tim and Robert was a pretty easy way for the FBI to just connect those two aliases together. And mind you, Robert Kling is the guy that did things like rented the truck. The delivery driver, a man named Jeff Davis, would later say that he does not believe it was Tim McVeigh who he handed the delivery to. Instead, he said that the guy who took the food from him was a blonde man. And of course, while this leads to theories that Tim had another collaborator who was in the hotel room with him right before, the bombing, Tim said that he was the one who took the Chinese food delivery, and the Dreamland Motel manager, who was suspicious of Tim, said that they never saw anyone else come or go from the room. I mean, it's possible. Tim's hair was super short, like a military buzz almost, right before the bombing happened. So maybe just his brown hair cut very short in the light of the hotel room looked blonde. That same manager would later say that she heard voices coming from Tim's room, but she wasn't sure if it was Tim talking to himself or maybe the TV. But again, with all the investigations that followed and everything that was looked into, it seems no one else visited that hotel room during the time that Tim was there preparing for the bombing. And also, once again, I don't even know what another collaborator besides like Terry Nichols would do at this point. I mean, even if you want to say the whole thing's a false flag and Tim was working with the government and blah, blah, blah. I mean, why on earth would they show up to him this close to the explosion? If he's already got this much figured out, they wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. The next day, Tim had arranged to meet Terry at a nearby pizza restaurant, but Terry didn't show up. It seems that Terry, right before the bombing was to happen, began to get cold feet. Unlike Mike, who had just known about the bombing and didn't do anything to stop it, Terry up until now has been a direct conspirator. He made purchases of the explosive, he helped Tim pick his target, but now, right before it happens, he's getting a little nervous. Realizing that Terry wasn't going to show, Tim went to a payphone and called Terry's home. And immediately, Tim began screaming. He was saying Mike backed out on him, and now Terry's backing out on him, that Terry doesn't really want to do this, that he's not down for the cause. At one point, Tim was so mad, he threatened to call the police on Terry. He said all it would take is one phone call, and everything that Terry's done to assist in this bombing would be known, and him and his family would be ruined. With that, Terry relents and says that he'll come help. Meanwhile, at Terry's home, his family and even his son Josh had come over for Easter, but Terry made up a story that Tim has to go pick up a television set in Oklahoma City, and that was his justification for now going with Tim to Oklahoma City. When they get to Oklahoma City, Tim pulls into a parking spot and takes the license plate off the back of his vehicle, backing the rear end of the car up against a building so, unless someone really inspects it, no one would notice. Sure, it's risky to drive around without a rear license plate, but it's even riskier to have the license plate get made after the explosion. Keep in mind the license plate wasn't even for this car. When his car blew a head gasket and he bought this one at the auto shop, he just took the tag off of the old car and put it on the new one. But regardless, the tag was in his name. He placed a tissue over the gas cap. That way, if anyone messed with the car, he would know if the tissue had been moved. And to dissuade theft, he left a sign in the window that said that the car needs a battery and the owner will be back to get it soon. And he had also left a white envelope in the passenger seat of the Mercury in the event that he was killed. Eventually, someone would find the car and figure out whose it was. So this envelope effectively contained his manifesto. Inside was a bumper sticker that he used to sell at shows that read, "When the government fears the people, there's liberty. When the people fear the government, there's tyranny." There's a pamphlet called The American Response to Tyranny that reframed part of the American Revolution as if it were a battle happening in the modern day. It included several magazine article clippings that detailed what the government did wrong in Waco, things that compared the Waco siege to Adolf Hitler's attack against the Jews, a lot of Revolutionary War era quotes from people like Patrick Henry, a copy of the Declaration of Independence on which McVeigh wrote on the back, "Obey the Constitution of the United States and we won't shoot you," as well as, of course, part of the Turner Diary. The real value of our attacks today lies in the psychological impact, not in the immediate casualties. More important, though, is what we taught the politicians and the bureaucrats. They learned this afternoon that not one of them is beyond our reach. They can huddle behind barbed wire and tanks in the city, and they can hide behind the concrete walls of their country estates, but we can still find them and kill them. So Terry picked Tim up and the two of them drove back to Kansas. Barely speaking a word to each other on the whole drive back. Tim was still mad at Terry, and Terry still had cold feet regarding the bombing. He gets dropped off at the Dreamland Motel, and the next morning, gets up, goes to McDonald's, walks down the side of the road in the rain, in which a college student was gracious enough to give him a ride to the body shop where he was renting the Ryder truck. I don't think that college student's ever been identified, by the way. There's someone out there who took Timothy McVeigh to get the Ryder truck, and they might have never known it. I mean, it's not like it was their fault or anything. It was just like a mile or two down the road. Tim would have walked it, but nevertheless, what a harrowing history. Again, he rented the Ryder truck under the name of Robert Kling. For his false birth date, he gave Robert Kling, of course, the birthday of April 19th, 1972. Again, April 19th. Everything about this, to him, revolved around Waco. Most of the explosive material at this point was in a storage facility in Harrington, Kansas. Nichols was supposed to meet Tim at the storage facility to help him load the truck, but again, Nichols was late. So Tim started loading the barrels himself, and some of these barrels were several hundred pounds in weight. Midway through loading the Ryder truck, Terry pulled up, and on page 203, the book details this moment. Just as he was finishing with the bags of fertilizer, Nichols arrived. The two men eyed each other. "Why don't we get into my truck and talk about things?" Nichols suggested. "Not interested," McVeigh said. This was time to work, not talk. Nichols didn't press the issue. McVeigh's tirade of threats from Sunday was still fresh in both men's minds. "Dude, the truck is already halfway loaded," McVeigh said. And so Nichols joined McVeigh, muscling the vats of nitromethane up the ramp. McVeigh pushing the hand truck, Nichols pulling it. Sure, Terry got cold feet, but he was part of the reason that all of this was here in the first place. Similar to Mike, he didn't do anything to stop it. If anything, he was scared for his own safety, not the safety of all of those lives that were about to be taken. The two men then drove north up Highway 77 to Geary Lake. Geary Lake had a lot of recreational areas to the side of it that could be accessed in a vehicle as big as a Ryder truck. They had planned to go here and mix all of the materials into their explosive condition. When they pulled off to go down the gravel road to get to the site they planned to mix the bombs, they almost got caught. While driving down the gravel road, they passed someone named Robert Nelson. Robert Nelson worked at Elliott's body shop, and by seeing the Ryder truck, he figured it was someone that he had rented a truck to. Obviously, out here on the side of the lake, there's no legitimate reason for someone to bring a Ryder truck out this far, so Nelson began to follow them, but after going for a little way, he didn't see where they turned and gave up on the pursuit. And starting around 7:30 a.m., the men began to mix the explosive components. This was several thousand pounds of material, and every composition had its own unique criteria. You had to add a certain ratio of this chemical with this chemical, and you couldn't put too much in one place. So they had multiple 55-gallon drums to disperse the explosive equipment. At around 9 a.m., there was actually a father and son who pulled up on a fishing boat and was dangerously close to the Ryder truck. Terry and Tim quickly dipped inside of the truck for fear that maybe the father would get suspicious and check them out. And it turns out this fisherman was someone named Richard Wall, who was out fishing with his son. He saw the Ryder truck and thought it was strange because, it's a moving truck here on the side of a lake down a gravel road. And with his son, he didn't want to put his son in danger if something nefarious was happening, so they left. Tim would later say that had the fisherman come up to him, Tim would say that he's a soldier trying to relax for a little bit after a long move, and if the fisherman persisted in figuring out what they were doing, Tim would kill him. He says that he wouldn't have killed the boy, he just would have tied him up and left him in a vehicle or somewhere that the boy wouldn't be found until he was already in Oklahoma City. But goes to show at this point, nothing's stopping Tim from his mission. Anyone's an acceptable loss if they get in the way of his target. Over several hours of mixing the components and placing them into the drums, eventually, Tim's masterpiece was finished. They had meticulously used a bathroom scale to weigh out the individual components and then used each of the barrels as a large mixing vat. I would go into more detail about specifically how these things were assembled, but if there's one thing YouTube does not like, it's instructional videos for various purposes. I'm not kidding. I've seen educational videos that are just explaining like how old firearms work or how some explosives work, and you think you've seen a video get demonetized. I have seen entire channels get evaporated for that. What I will say very broadly, without going into specifics, YouTube, please, I like my job. 13 barrels were placed in a T shape with the top of the T being against the wall that was closest to the cab. With a few extra barrels, Tim put them on the bottom left side of the T, making a sort of J, knowing that that side of the truck would be closest to the building. So with those 3 extra barrels, 16 barrels in total. Barrels contain the ammonium nitrate, the nitromethane, and a lot of the stolen blasting gel to use as an initiator for the blast. All in all, the total bomb weighed around 7,000 pounds, enough, Tim figured, to level the entire building. To activate the bomb, he had drilled a hole in the back of the cab of the truck and in the front of the cargo bay. He took aquarium tubing that is normally used in fish tanks and ran it through the 2 holes, and then through that put a fuse that was connected to the stolen blasting caps that would ignite the blasting gel. So both ends of the fuse were ran inside of the truck. He had one fuse that would set off the explosive in 5 minutes and another one that would set it off in 2 minutes. The idea being when he was 5 minutes out, he'd light the 5 minute. When he was 2 minutes out, he'd light the 2 minute. Both could be done from within the cab without having to get out. This was a redundancy in case one of the fuses slit or the actual burn went out. If anything happens to one fuse, there's a second one to ignite it. There was even a third option, as he had another explosive that would have detonated on impact by the blasting gel. That way, should the 2 fuses go out, he could just step out of the truck, shoot the explosive, and take himself with the blast. No life would stand in the way of what he was setting out to do, even his own. He had gone so far as to paint the fishing hose yellow so that from a distance, it would look like it belonged to the rest of the yellow Ryder truck. He then took off his clothes, put them in a bag that he would eventually put in a trash can between there and Oklahoma City, and then washed himself in the lake before putting on a new set of clothes. That way, if he did get away, there wouldn't be any explosive residue on him. He then wiped down the inside of the truck cab. That way, if some part of the cab survived, his prints wouldn't be on it. He said goodbye to Terry and then began to drive south towards Oklahoma City, stopping midway at a gravel lot near a roadside motel to sleep in the truck cab for the night. The next morning was April the 19th, the day Tim had been waiting for some time. When Tim woke up in the early morning hours, he realized it was probably a bad idea to get caught at this point right before the bomb set to blow. So rather than waiting for 11 a.m. as was his original plan, he decided that if he left now, he'd probably get to the building at around 9 a.m. So to not take any more chances, Tim started driving. Driving towards Oklahoma City, Tim probably thought of himself as Luke Skywalker, a lone hero out to destroy the evils that await within the Death Star, and he's the only one that can blow it up. To him, he wasn't performing an act of evil, he was being brave. Years later, he would say, "I didn't define the rules of engagement in this conflict. The rules, if not written down, are defined by the aggressor. It was brutal, no holds barred. Women and kids were killed at Waco and Ruby Ridge. You put back in the government's face exactly what they were giving out." When he woke in the truck cab that morning, he ate an MRE, as he had done many times before in the military, and checked his loaded Glock 21 that was in his shoulder holster. If someone attempted to stop him after he pulled up, he'd just shoot him. After all, they were probably dying the blast anyway. And as mentioned, if need be, he could use it to set the bomb off himself. As he was making his way into Oklahoma City, there was a cop that began tailing him for a couple miles. Tim began to run scenarios in his head. If the cop pulls him over for a busted taillight, or perhaps because it looks like the truck is sagging too far to one side, which is the reason, mind you, Tim had made the T-shape in the first place. It would have been more of a shape charge had he pushed everything to the left side of the truck, but then the whole truck would sag to the left, and that would be noticeable or could cause the vehicle to break down. So the T was the most optimal way to get a pretty good blast to the left without damaging the vehicle. But now with the cop following him, he had to figure out a cover story. If he got pulled over, he would just say that he was moving material or he's moving into Oklahoma City. He had bought a bifold wallet and placed his old security badge in the front of the wallet facing out. He had done this in case his vehicle couldn't start during the getaway. He could then run up to a motorist and flash a badge pretending to be a police officer in pursuit of the bomber and just steal their car. Although he figured that trip probably wouldn't work on an actual cop. Eventually he decided, if this guy wants me to get out of the car or do an inspection, he'll just kill him. I mean, as long as he doesn't get physically stopped between here and downtown Oklahoma City, his mission will be accomplished. But thankfully for Tim, and perhaps tragically for everyone else, after a couple miles, the cop took an exit. At around 8:50 a.m., Tim pulled into what was otherwise a quiet day in Oklahoma City. The streets were mostly empty, and no one noticed the giant yellow Ryder truck driving towards the federal building. He pulled out 2 green earplugs that someone had given him during his security job while he was working at a monster truck show. He went ahead and put them in his ears, not wanting to damage his ears in the ensuing blast. When he was about 3 minutes away, he briefly pulled off on the side of the road to light the 5-minute fuse. He had given himself a couple minutes of leeway to walk away from the truck. From the fuse, the truck began filling up with so much smoke that Tim had to crack the windows to let some of it vent out. At this point, even if someone had seen him, had pulled him over, stopped him, or ordered him to get out of the car, the bomb was going off somewhere. 1 block away from the federal building, he got to a traffic intersection just as the light turned red. It was a 30-second light, meaning that as he sat there for 30 seconds, it burned half a minute off of his escape time. But Tim didn't want to make a scene or run a light or get into a traffic incident, so he waited. Then the light turned green. He pulled up to the north side of the Alfred P. Murrah building. On the north side, there was a cutout in the sidewalk for a loading zone. Let you get as close to the building as possible, as a matter of fact, slightly under it. And Tim had decided previously that had he got there and the loading zone was full, he would just crash the truck into the side of the building. I mean, at that point, it didn't matter how much noise he made because of all the noise that was about to follow. But no one was there, and nothing stopped Tim from pulling up into the loading zone, lighting the second fuse, getting out of the truck, and locking the door. No one thought anything of the man walking away from the Ryder truck across the street wearing black jeans, army boots, a baseball cap, and a windbreaker. Underneath that windbreaker was Tim's favorite t-shirt, a picture of Abraham Lincoln with Sic Semper Tyrannis and the bloody tree on the back that spoke of the blood of patriots and tyrants. And then, just according to plan, as Tim rounded a corner making his way to the parking lot where he had stashed his getaway car, at 9:02 a.m., it's hard to describe what hit Oklahoma City on that day. Even those in combat who have witnessed heavy targeted explosives rarely see something like this. The 7,000-pound bomb delivered the equivalent of 3 tons of TNT. Every single building within 16 blocks was damaged in some way. All of the immediate buildings had all of their windows shatter, and many of the brick buildings fell apart to such a degree that they had to be demolished. The massive 250-pound rear axle flew 200 yards down the street before it careened into the front of a car. The blast was so powerful that one woman who worked at a Greek restaurant across the street was killed. A man and woman who worked at a water resource center also across the street were killed as well. A woman just walking in a nearby parking lot was killed from the debris as well. And of course, the casualties within the building itself were shattering. 163 people died in that building. The 9-story structure had a complete and total piece taken out of its north side. Counting those killed around the building, 167 were killed in the blast. One woman, a nurse who was trying to help pull people out of the rubble, was killed by falling debris after the blast, bringing the total deaths that day to 168. Of the 168 people that died, 8 of them were federal agents. Less than 5% of the targets were actually intended targets. Of those killed, 99 of them worked for the government and 69 did not. It was 9 a.m., Several older couples had visited the Social Security office to ask about retirement. Several others had visited the Department of Agriculture. Several others had visited the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Several of the employees had their families visiting them at work that day. And on the second story, directly above where Tim parked the truck, was a daycare center. A daycare center with 19 children, most of which were 3 years old and younger. Too young to start school. Every single one of them was killed at the moment of the blast. Tim would say many times that Desert Storm was part of the reason he became who he was, witnessing the evils that happened overseas in the name of the government, underneath the banner of the flag. He would consider it one of the atrocities that led him to this act of violence. In the entirety of the Gulf War, 148 Americans died. Tim killed 20 more. The moment that the bomb detonated, before the ground was safe, before anyone even knew what happened or knew if this might be an attack or if another bomb was coming, almost the entirety of Oklahoma City ran to the site to try to pull people out of the rubble. Rescue workers, businessmen, nurses, waitresses started digging with their hands to save anyone they could. One woman, who was pinned under the rubble when the first wave of people came to help, told them not to save her because there were children in the building. As people pulled more and more dead bodies out of the rubble, they started to lay them on the sidewalk in front of the building. As medical crews and eventually morgue units arrived, they began to cover people up. And as they began to pull people out of the immediate vicinity of the blast, they started to come across the kids. And so to keep them separate, in case a parent came and needed to identify them, they began to place the children's bodies on the playground at the side of the building. All of them were placed on the playground side by side and covered up. Many of them wouldn't be identified for days later because they were too disfigured to identify. As the day went on and people began to find the children's things like their toys, they began to lay them by their bodies on the playground. One fireman searching the area saw a little sock rising above the rubble, and he said, I've got one. I've got one. And he cleared the rubble and he picked her up. She was gone. She was a 6-month-old girl. And he said, I've got her, and held her to his chest. And later with the others, the morgue units began commandeering refrigerator trucks to store the bodies for a time while they tried to sort through all of the casualties. Through the entire rescue, there were people still alive deep within the rubble. The entire time, everyone could hear everyone else screaming. Many of them were too far in. It took hours to get to them. Several of the elderly couples who had visited the Social Security office were found dead together. People had their entire families erased from existence. The youngest killed in the bombing was 3 months old. The oldest was 73. 7 of Tim's former colleagues in the Army were killed in the recruiting office. By colleague, I mean they were also in the Army, not that Tim knew them. 3 unborn children were killed, one from a pregnant woman who died and 2 others who suffered miscarriages after the blast. It was the deadliest terrorist attack in America's history up until 9/11 and is to this day our deadliest domestic terrorist attack. But as overwhelmed as I am with the horror and the evil of what happened that day, I am also just as overwhelmed by the bravery. With no exaggeration, that entire city was there wanting to help. A lot of the police who showed up had to keep people back from putting too much weight on the rubble and potentially harming people who might be beneath. There wasn't a man or woman out there who didn't do something to help. There's so many videos of that day of guys who ran out of their workplace and started carrying children away from the blast zone. People who were back from the blast zone itself were making an effort to find kids' families or try to pair parents with their children or husbands with their wives. There were several people who were pinned beneath the rubble and needed amputations. And from the firemen to the ambulance crews, people began to crawl into the rubble with them, putting themselves in danger to make sure these people got out by any means necessary. Over 100 people died that day, but over 100 people were saved by the kindness of others. And some of the stories that came from survivors are just horrible to imagine. One of the survivors who woke up on one of the upper floors began to make his way down through a dark stairwell. As he was walking through that stairwell, of which the lights in the building had been destroyed and he couldn't see anything, he began to feel something slippery on the handrails and on the ground. It wasn't until he got out into the light of day he realized that the stairwell was covered in blood. A woman who worked in the credit union stepped out into the hallway for a moment right as the blast happened. Everyone else who was in the room she was just standing in was killed. But still, through it all, most of the survivors who came to were greeted by firemen and rescue workers and just guys who worked down the street who were wading their way through the wreckage to save them. Keep in mind, at the moment of the explosion, no one had any idea what happened. Most people at first thought maybe it was a gas leak of some kind. Then as people began to realize this is a federal building and that was a pretty big boom, perhaps this was a foreign attack by some group in the Middle East, or this was the start to some invasion. Many people began calling around to see if any other federal buildings across the country had been hit. At one point during the rescue, someone said that there was another explosive. And for all they know, it very well might have been. This could have been a series of bombs and only one of them have gone off so far. So the rescue crews made the tough call of pulling their people back. If this other bomb was to go off, they didn't want their people dying in the blast as well. The majority of the rescue workers refused to stop saving people. Many of them were in communication with someone through the rubble and were working their way towards them. When they were told they needed to retreat back, they didn't. Most of them had to have their captains come and physically pull them off of the people they were trying to save. It turns out that the second explosive was a mock explosive that the ATF had in the building for bomb defusal practice. The bomb itself was now lying in the rubble, which to the credit of whoever made the call that there was a second explosive, I mean, who wouldn't, right? The building just blew up and you see another bomb-shaped thing in the rubble. Of course you would think that that is another real bomb. As people from investigators to news crews tried to figure where this attack might have come from, someone figured out that today is April 19th. 2 years since the fire at Waco. 2 years that all of the ATF agents who worked at this building certainly remembered. Then people began to ask, what if this wasn't an attack from overseas, but an attack from someone who had a gripe against the government? And that someone at that very moment was driving their yellow Mercury away from Oklahoma City. At the moment of the blast, Tim said that he was lifted an inch off the ground. He was blown down and then a shower of bricks and glass from the blast fell around him. Nearby power lines snapped and were now flying across the ground, electrified and zapping. He began to run away from the explosion towards where he parked his car as he worked his way through everyone else who was running towards it. While running, he ran into a delivery worker who looked at Tim and said, "Man, I thought that was us blowing up." To which Tim said, "Yeah, me too," and continued to make his way towards his Mercury. He gets in and begins driving north to Kansas. It's here at this point that I think Tim couldn't believe that he got away with it. He had made so many plans to die or what would happen if he was arrested, and now he was driving north. His rough plan, though he really didn't have one, was to drive back to the storage locker and get the few things out that were still in there, things like his license plate. And then he was just going to go camp out in the woods and continue his war against the government. Maybe get into a shootout or shoot a few agents. He didn't know. Part of him seemed almost upset that he didn't get caught. I mean, if he was caught, that was a chance to give his manifesto to the world, tell everyone exactly why he did it. But now he was just alone in his car without a radio. The purpose for his life was over. Now he had to come up with a new one. But while driving north about 20 minutes outside of Perry, Oklahoma, he gets stopped by a state trooper. Charles J. Hanger had earlier that day began driving towards Oklahoma City until the state dispatch had to get on the line and tell troopers to stop coming to the city because there's too many cops here already. So Hanger was driving back when he saw McVeigh, driving without a license plate. He pulls McVeigh over, and as soon as McVeigh stops the car, he gets out and stands next to it. Now, according to McVeigh, in this moment, he was thinking about shooting the cop. He had a gun in his shoulder holster, and the cop was right there. And the cop seemingly was going to stop him. But also, stop him from what? He no longer had to deliver the bomb that he planned to die with. The state trooper wasn't a federal agent, and Tim still had a place in his heart for police officers and those that uphold the law. So he just stood there, weighing his options, before he decided not to kill him. To Hanger, this was extremely weird, because he pulls a guy over, the guy gets out of the car and just starts looking at him. So Hanger opens his door, stands next to his car, and tells McVeigh he doesn't have a license plate, to which McVeigh says, no, he doesn't. He asks if McVeigh has insurance, and McVeigh says, no, he doesn't. He asks if McVeigh has registration, and McVeigh says, no, he doesn't. He said he just bought the car, but he does have his license. The trooper notices a bulge underneath Tim's jacket and asks what he has, and Tim says he has a gun. So the trooper walks up to McVeigh, feels the gun, and then pulls his own gun and takes McVeigh's. Tim had pulled out his real driver's license, not his false Robert Kling one, so the trooper begins to ask Tim questions as he pats him down. He calls in to dispatch on his cell phone. He didn't call in on the radio because the radio lines were being reserved for everything happening with the bombing. So he calls in to dispatch on his phone and asks them to run a computer check on Timothy McVeigh and the serial number on the gun. Both come back clean. At the time in Oklahoma, it was illegal to carry a loaded gun, and the state of Oklahoma did not have reciprocity with New York's concealed carry permits. So even though he had a New York permit, Tim's permit didn't matter in Oklahoma. So because of all the stuff wrong with the car identification and the fact he was carrying a gun, the trooper arrested Tim, having no idea that Tim is the guy who just set off the bomb. Tim was fine with being arrested, and he was fine with being found out to be the bomber. He didn't really have anything to do other than to ride this out to the end. As a matter of fact, he's so prepared to get caught that before he had set out, he had taken a business card from someone named Dave Paulson, a guy that Tim had met at a gun show who previously stiffed Tim on a deal. So Tim had written on the back of the business card, TNT $5 a stick, need more. Call after 1st of May, see if I can get some more. Tim had done this in the event that he was arrested or killed so that the authorities would find Dave Paulson's business card and assume Dave Paulson had something to do with it. And now, getting arrested, he pulled the business card out of his pocket and left it in the seat of the trooper's car. In the midst of all of this, in the midst of preparing for all of the lives he took, he had also planned a way to get a guy in trouble who he just didn't like. And sure enough, it worked, because obviously, after finding this, Dave Paulson was questioned a lot by the police. So with Tim handcuffed in the passenger seat, the trooper began to drive him to the Noble County Jail in Perry. He had asked Tim if he wanted anyone to come tow the car, and Tim said it was fine where it was. And the trooper asked if Tim wanted the white envelope that was in the passenger seat, and Tim said it was fine. He can leave it there. The two had a regular conversation. Tim asked the cop about his gun. He asked about the car. At one point, he asked the cop if they can take it for a joyride and show Tim how fast it goes. Of course, the trooper has no idea who he's sitting next to. When Tim got to the jail, he was booked on 4 misdemeanor charges: transporting a loaded firearm in a motor vehicle, unlawfully carrying a weapon, failing to display a current license plate, and failing to maintain proof of insurance. This was on a Wednesday, so normally what would happen, especially for someone who this was their first time being arrested for anything and it's just misdemeanors, is the next day Tim would be brought for his first appearance in front of a judge. The judge would probably set a hearing date or whatever, and then Tim would be cut loose. He'd be in and out in less than 24 hours. So while the authorities in Oklahoma City are doing everything they can to figure out who this is and to catch them, little did they know the dude had been caught 90 minutes after the bombing, but he hadn't been caught for the bombing. When asked for his next of kin, Tim gave James Nichols, Terry Nichols' brother, who lived on the farm back in Michigan, since that was the address that his real license was tied to. While he was in booking, there was a TV in the room, and of course the TV was turned to the Oklahoma City bombing coverage. While people in the room were talking about how awful it was and how devastating it was and who could have done it, Tim didn't pay it that much mind. Or at least outwardly, he didn't pay it that much mind. In reality, he was listening to everything, and even caught a glimpse of the screen. When he saw the damage to the building, the very first thing he thought to himself was, damn, the whole building didn't come down. I mean, what words are there, right? I mean, obviously, evil people doing evil things and not feeling regretful about it. Shocking, I know. But after all the carnage, all the bloodshed, to see it in front of you, and for that to be your reaction, that you could have done more. There's so many people, I'll talk about near the end of the video, but there's so many people who attribute not really a valor, but a misguided tone to McVeigh. Like, sure, he hated the right guys. He just, did probably a bad thing. But this level of evil, this level of hatred for humans, it goes deeper than liberty. It goes deeper than, liking guns or liking the United States or whatever. He was a man troubled, thankfully, far, far beyond many of what we consider evil people would be in the world. And he needed an outlet for it, and this became his outlet. That level of detachment isn't the detachment of someone who's just doing a job or doing a mission. It's someone who needed to hurt someone else. And when they got what they wanted, they just wanted more. Even when he heard that a daycare center had been hit, he claims that hit him hard and he regretted it, but then he had the thought just as quickly, well, great, now that's what everyone's going to talk about. Not that this was a calculated attack against the United States government, but that children were killed. The tragedy of taking those kids' lives wasn't as important to him as what those kids' lives did to his optics. For now, Tim was placed in the Perry County Jail while investigators tried to figure out who did this. For the investigators, it didn't take long for them to run the paper trail back to McVeigh. The most crucial piece of evidence they had was that rear axle I mentioned earlier. Though the rear axle flew 200 yards into, I believe, a Ford Fiesta, it was still intact. And on the axle was a VIN number. They also found the license plate that was damaged but still attached to the rear bumper, and the license plate itself could be made out. Both pointed back to the Ryder truck rental in Junction City, to which the facility said they rented the truck to someone named Robert Kling. So that same day, within 8 hours of the explosion, the FBI had agents in Junction City asking for details about who rented the truck. They had the name Robert Kling and had the witnesses work with the sketch artist to get an ID on who rented the vehicle. The sketch artist gave this image of what would eventually turn out to be Timothy McVeigh. However, the witness said that there were 2 people there to rent the truck at this time, and he gave the police a second sketch, a sketch that's been known now as John Doe number 2. This also, as you could imagine, fueled a lot of conspiracy theories. Someone else was there with Tim when he rented the truck. But again, if there were other conspirators, I don't think they would just be showing their face at this point. And also, John Doe number 2 was eventually discovered to be Ted Bunting. Ted Bunting was another soldier at Fort Riley who came in the day after Tim and rented a similar Ryder truck. So when the witness was asked, who came in to rent a Ryder truck, he just gave the police both descriptions of the guy that came in to rent a Ryder truck. And, Ted Bunting was a normal guy who didn't blow up a building using the Ryder truck that we know of. Well, now that the police had a sketch, they began showing it all over Junction City, eventually showing it to the manager of the Dreamland Motel, who ID'd it as the person who had rented a room for a few days prior. And of course, that person rented the room under his real name of Timothy McVeigh. And if it wasn't evidence enough, as they figured out about what this Timothy McVeigh did in his time at the motel, they found out about the Chinese food delivery, and the name he used to buy the Chinese food was Robert Kling. So all sides of the triangle now connect to each other, that Timothy McVeigh and Robert Kling are the same person. So now the FBI has the name of Timothy McVeigh, and they run it through every system they have. And the only hit they get is that yesterday, a state trooper called in Timothy McVeigh during a traffic stop and then arrested him and took him to Perry, Kansas. So at the FBI facility where they're investigating the bombing, one of the agents simply calls the sheriff in Perry. And the way this altercation is described is so bizarre. The agent picks up the phone and says, "Hey, just wondering, you wouldn't happen to have a Timothy McVeigh there by chance, would you?" And the sheriff is like, yeah, I think we arrested him yesterday. Let me go check." And then the sheriff gets up and walks away from the phone for a while, and the entire room is completely silent. Everyone is waiting to hear if this guy's still locked up. And then the sheriff comes back to the phone and says, "Yeah, we still got him locked up." To which the agent says, "Okay, hold on to him for a bit if you could. We're going to send some federal boys to come pick him up." See, by the time the person at the Dreamland Motel identified him as Timothy McVeigh, and by the time they ran it, it was April 20th, the next day. Like I said, normally that morning, Tim would have already seen the judge and been turned loose. But thankfully, the judge had an abnormally full docket on Thursday, and Tim's first appearance had to get pushed to Friday. So even though it was Thursday and Tim, under normal conditions, would already be out on the street, by chance, thank God, he was still in jail waiting for his first appearance. So the FBI get on a helicopter and begin blaring straight for Perry, Oklahoma. But by the time they were on their way, news crews were already behind them. It seems at some point in all the excitement, news got out that The bomber was in a jail in Perry, and the public found out before the police could get there. Another route that Timothy might have been caught that not a lot of people talk about because, they caught him pretty quick based off the VIN from the rear axle of the truck, is Carl E. LeBron, the security guard who was suspicious of McVeigh, who McVeigh had worked with, had seen the John Doe sketch on the news and went to the FBI and told them that it was probably this guy he used to work with who really hated the government, named Timothy McVeigh. Now, to the FBI's credit, they had thousands and thousands of tips coming in right after the bombing, so Carl's got put onto the docket to be sorted through with all the others. But after word gets around to the FBI that, Timothy McVeigh might be the name we're looking for, that FBI agent calls Carl back and is like, hey, I know we just said we'd look at it earlier, but can you come back in right now? From inside of the jail, Tim started to notice that something was going on. He saw a lot of helicopters flying overhead. For some reason, the sheriff separated him from all of the other people in lockup, and Tim started to figure that they've probably found out it was him. Federal agents began to get there and talk about what they need to do to transport this guy to a more secure facility. That next morning, while the judge is at his desk getting ready to go through the initial hearings, the sheriff walks in and slides him a piece of paper telling him to not let Timothy McVeigh go because they think he might be the Oklahoma City bomber. The judge looks at it and looks at the sheriff and says, "You're kidding." And the sheriff says, "I'm not." So Tim comes in and the judge is like, "Oh, we have to delay for some reason. Haha, go back to your cell." So more agents can show up and they can figure out a plan of action. Eventually, the feds approached him and say that they'll be coming into his custody as he is wanted for information regarding the bombing. And he's told that he's going to have to be transferred to a different facility. So more and more federal agents start to show up, both to get ready for the transfer and also to kind of act as security for Tim. Because, he's still in Oklahoma and a lot of people had family members who were killed in the bombing. So there's a good chance someone's going to try to Jack Ruby him. What's funny is before he gets moved, Tim still has to have his initial hearing regarding the misdemeanors. So the judge has to sit up there and go through the procedure as normal and is like, yeah, so you have a $5,000 fee for, the crimes, which is insanely high for the misdemeanors. And I now turn you over to the federal authorities. Bye. Tim becomes worried about his safety, which is rich, and asks if he can have a bulletproof vest. To which they tell him no. He asks if they can land a helicopter on the roof, and they say no. Their plan was to take him back to Oklahoma City by helicopter, but they couldn't land a helicopter on the roof of the jail. And they also didn't have a vehicle on standby that was big enough for all the different federal agents and Tim, so the sheriff gave them his family's personal minivan to transport him to a helipad where he'd get on a helicopter and be taken to Oklahoma City. As he's walked out of the county jail, there are protesters everywhere, screaming baby killer, screaming hang him, kill him. Several accuse the FBI of waiting several days to do this as a sort of perp walk. They want the cameras there and they want people to see the guy they caught. But it also just took a bit to figure out the logistics of all of this, especially considering all of the buildings that he normally would be transported to back in Oklahoma City had been, damaged. And they had to use the sheriff's car. They had to take him to the nearby Tinker Air Base and hold court there. He gets alone with his two assigned attorneys, and as soon as he gets alone with them, he says, "Hey, anything I say is between us, right?" And the attorneys go, "Yeah." And he goes, "Okay, so I did do the bombing." Give you an idea of how fast all of this went. He had his initial hearing at the Tinker Air Base in front of the judge within 60 hours of the bomb going off. And as the beginning of the Timothy McVeigh trial began, his family began to figure out that he was responsible. His father found out when he received a call in the middle of the night from the FBI. The FBI agent said that he was right down the road and wanted to talk to Bill. Bill had seen the news reports of the Oklahoma City bombing, and he saw the sketch of the John Doe and didn't think it was Tim. As a matter of fact, when the FBI called initially, he had no idea what they could want. As he walked to the front door right before he let them in, it hit him all at once that his son might be the Oklahoma City bomber. Bill opens the door and there are two agents standing at their vehicle. They inform Bill that there is a SWAT team down the street. The FBI didn't know if Tim's father was in on it, if there was a bunch of militia members living in this house. So the FBI asked to come in and Bill lets them. And it's there that they begin to speak to Bill and inform him that they think his son might be the bomber. Bill is completely devastated by this. For most accounts, he just seemed to be in disbelief. Sure, he knew his son had problems with the government, but problems that would make him kill that many people? He would later say that sure, Tim would get angry and shout when he would see things about the government on TV, but he would do the same during football games. For what it's worth, by all accounts, Bill seems to be a good man who is doing his best to take care of his son, especially after trying to raise him in a single-parent household. And it's clear that as Tim became more radical, he began to depart further and further from his family, and I'm sure his father didn't see a lot of the more damaging things, the more damaging signs. But Bill was immediately compliant and did anything he could to help investigators. He let them search the house, go through Tim's old stuff. He gave the FBI the name of Terry Nichols as Tim's friend who frequently would come to the house on Tim's behalf. And Bill was asked to go out to Oklahoma to speak to his son, to which Bill agreed. Initially, he was in such shock that when they asked if he could fly out to Oklahoma, he said that he couldn't because he has to work and he has a bowling trip this weekend. Not saying it to be dismissive, but he was in such a state that he wasn't even processing what was being said to him. As Bill made arrangements to travel to Oklahoma, around the same time, the FBI approached Jennifer. When Jennifer was told that Tim was the Oklahoma City bomber, she, for one, didn't believe it. Tim had been priming her for years with ideas that the government will make up lies about him, that the government will come for him eventually. So when the FBI shows up and says that Tim is being blamed for the bombing, she thinks that they're trying to pin it on him. So she's resistant, she fights back, and eventually gets brought in because they think she is connected to the attack. This is made worse by the fact that when the FBI begins to seize letters, they see all of the alarming things that Tim had wrote to her. Jennifer went through a lot of intense questioning for a while, and because she was so resistant to the idea her brother was implicated in this, they believed her to be an accomplice. His mother, Mickey, in Florida, was also hounded by the media. At one point, she wrote a note on a piece of paper and had the authorities give it to the press. The piece of paper said, "I just want to say I feel deep sympathy for the victims and families involved in the Oklahoma City bombing. I've only had brief contact with my son the past 10 years, and only know details from what I've been watching on TV the past few days. That is all I wish to say at this time. Tim's mom, please leave our family alone." Obviously, in the wake of all the families he ended, it's not like the suffering of his family was the biggest tragedy. But I'm sure it didn't weigh on a man, especially one who said that he didn't have that strong of a connection with either of his parents, to put them through this for his ultimate objective. 5 days after the bombing, Bill arrived in Oklahoma City, having been flown in on a C-130. On that day, it was storming. At the bomb site, rescuers were still digging with their hands through rubble to try to find people in the midst of the downpour. And on that same day, Tim turned 27. The FBI take Bill to meet with his son. They tell Bill that he can just talk, and anything he wants to tell the FBI after is up to him. According to American Terrorists, the conversation went as follows. "How you doing?" Bill asked. "All right," Tim said. An awkward silence followed. Bill decided to give his son the advice he thought was best. "Tell the FBI whatever you can," Bill said. His son made no response. "What went on?" Bill asked. "Dad, I'm not supposed to say anything," Tim said, explaining the advice his attorneys had given him. Bill tried to ask the same question several more times to no avail. After 6 or 7 minutes, Tim ended the meeting. "Dad, I think it's time to say goodbye. I think we've talked enough." "If that's the way you feel, fine," Bill said. "I'm not here to pressure you. I'm here because they asked me to come." They shook hands again, and Bill watched, crestfallen, as the guards led his son out of the small room and down a corridor. In the meantime that the Oklahoma City bombing was happening, Terry Nichols had a freak out. As soon as the bombing happened, he was staying up to date, he was reading all he could about it, and mostly he was just seeing if Tim got caught, and by proxy, he would get caught. On April 21st, while Terry is at work, he hears his own name on the radio. As since Bill gave the name Terry Nichols, the police were now looking for Terry Nichols. Terry drives home, gets his wife Marie and their baby daughter, which at this point, Bill had a kid with Marie, a young girl. Forgot to mention that. Oops. And they drive to an army surplus store. It seems that Terry thought that they were going to go on the run and they needed supplies, which the time to do that was not when you were already on the run. While on his way to the surplus store, he's convinced that someone is following him. And it turns out they were. The FBI had figured out where he was at and was now tracking his car. So Terry freaks out and drives to the police station and runs in the front door with his child in his hands. At the police station, they were, staying up to date about the Oklahoma City bombing, and heard that Terry Nichols was a suspect. And now a guy runs in screaming, holding a child, saying that he is Terry Nichols and he needs help. It seems that Terry thought that the police could keep him safe, and his real fear was with the FBI, who I guess he thought would just kill him. So he runs into the police station and asks the police to protect him. On the outside, the FBI see him sprint into the police station and set around because they don't know if this guy's running in there to take hostages or start a standoff. Also, Terry had been freaking out so much up until this point that as soon as the Oklahoma City bombing happened, he took all of the ammonium nitrate that he had in his house. And keep in mind, he's not living on a farm anymore. He's in like a little neighborhood community space. And in front of all of his neighbors, he just takes all of his ammonium nitrate and dumps it on the front lawn. Which, that's not suspicious, right? So after a few minutes, when the FBI realize that Terry isn't taking hostages, they walk into the police station and they're like, "Hey, are you Terry Nichols?" And he's like, "Yep." And they're like, "Cool. Let's go down to the basement." So the FBI take Terry into the basement and interrogate him for 9 hours, where Terry spends the entire time throwing Tim under the bus. He makes up all of these fabrications. He's like, "Yeah, Tim talked about blowing up a building." I didn't know which building. I never knew which building, actually. And then he started to buy all of this bomb equipment. I didn't know that he was going to build a bomb. Well, I knew he was going to build a bomb, but I didn't know it would be like, a bomb or anything. And then he started talking about hurting people, and I told him to stop. I tried to get him to quit. But also, to be clear, I didn't know he was going to do this. But if I hypothetically did know he was going to do this, I would have asked him to stop, which I did. He just tosses that guy under the proverbial Ryder truck for 9 hours. Well, at this point, the FBI was gathering all the information they could about Terry. And of course, they contacted his ex-wife, who very quickly gave them the information about the package he had left her when he went to the Philippines. So while Terry is in the midst of this whole conversation about how he didn't know what was going to happen and he had no idea what Tim was up to, they're like, "Okay, that's cool. What's with this letter you left for Tim that said, 'Go for it'?" And Terry's like, "Oh, that's just it's like an old game we play, You ever joking around with your boys and you leave them a letter in the case of your death that says, 'Go for it'? Good times. You should try it." But the FBI had this guy dead to rights. And they were also hitting him from every angle of the interrogation. They had recordings of his ex-wife and son Josh crying, asking for him to tell the truth. And they played it for him during that interrogation in the police department basement. They had, of course, went to James Nichols' property, or the Nichols farm up in Michigan, that Tim had listed on his driver's license, and also listed James as his next of kin. They raid that, and James gets arrested, and they find bomb components, as well as the stolen items from the quarry robbery. And they also find the calling card that Tim and Terry had used to make all of the calls for things like nitromethane and ammonium nitrate, as well as, all of the anti-government literature that I assume is just sprawled all over the house. There was even a sheet that was listed details of what they would need for the Ryder truck bomb, and a receipt for a large amount of ammonium nitrate that had both Tim and Terry's fingerprints on it. Which, why would you keep the receipt? It's thousands of pounds of fertilizer that you're going to use for a terrorist attack. Do you need to return it? Why wouldn't you burn that? They had Terry so dead to rights that outside of the property, in a trash can, there was a map where Tim had drawn his route in and out of Oklahoma City. So obviously, the feds arrest Nichols as a material witness. His eventual charges would come later. Also, just to tie up a loose end, Terry's brother James was arrested but eventually let go because his only provable experience he had was way back when Tim lived in Michigan. They would make homemade bombs. But, and I think this is true, James had no knowledge of the Oklahoma City bombing. Sure, he liked guns, and sure, he didn't like the government, but it doesn't seem that there was anything substantial against him, or at least he didn't know about the bombing itself. Not long after they took the case, Tim's attorneys asked to be removed from Tim's defense. Both of them were from Oklahoma City, and both of them knew several people who were killed in the bombing. So obviously, they're too closely attached to be a proper defense. This was even true for Tim's security guards. A lot of the guards who were watching him were Oklahoma City police. So probably not the people you want to ensure that Tim is safe. So they had police officers come from El Reno, Texas, because they would be, less attached to the bombing itself, to guard Tim. As a matter of fact, at this time, Tim had an entire wing of the prison to himself. They didn't want him near any other prisoners, and they had a ton of security, since there's a good chance someone in Oklahoma City would want him dead. Imagine that. Initially, Tim wanted to get Jerry Spence to be his attorney. Jerry Spence represented Randy Weaver after the events of Ruby Ridge and won a pretty successful case. But Jerry Spence declined because, as I think has been made obvious, Randy Weaver and Timothy McVeigh are two very different people. The guy who wanted to live in a cabin and sawed a couple shotgun barrels versus a guy that killed 168 people. So eventually the judge calls Stephen Jones of Enid, Oklahoma. Stephen Jones was known for taking some pretty high-profile cases. For a while, he worked for President Nixon, and he represented people like Abby Hoffman and Keith Green. And while there was a sort of reluctance to take the job as, an Oklahoma citizen, Stephen Jones eventually agreed. He proclaimed to the press when he took the job on May 8th of 1995 that he didn't want this to be another Martin Luther King or JFK killing. In other words, he didn't want it to be a situation where the government messed up and the trials were murky and there's still a lot of unanswered questions. This is coming from a guy who would raise a lot of unanswered questions. So I say this with caution. It's not like it really mattered how the trial went. I mean, obviously, as long as McVeigh's found guilty, because we all know that he's guilty. He admitted it years later. I mean, if you could have a guy dead to rights, this dude was dead to rights. But imagine for a moment we didn't know that Timothy McVeigh did it. And imagine if this was just a guy being accused of the bombing. Under that pretext, some of Stephen Jones' decisions were weird. So, for example, in their initial meetings, when Timothy McVeigh would give Stephen details about his life and his potential role in the bombing, a lot of those details would conveniently leak to the press shortly after Tim said them. Initially, Jones denied that he was the one leaking it, but then later admitted that he did in order to win favor with the press. Jones's idea was, the media's against them, the government's against them, they don't have a lot of friends, but if they can start making friends in the press, then maybe they can start to win in the court of public opinion, which I don't really know how you do that if McVeigh says something like, yeah, I acted alone, and then it leaks to the press that allegedly McVeigh acted alone. That doesn't really make McVeigh look that innocent. Another thing that complicated Jones' defense is that Tim did not like his angle. Tim was adamant that he wanted to go for a self-defense pleading. In other words, Tim wanted to argue that the federal government was an imminent danger to him. So by blowing up a federal building, it was the same as pulling a gun on someone trying to shoot you. Rightfully, I would argue, Stephen Jones was like, that's stupid. Maybe. If it was one federal agent, right? Like if after the attacks at Waco and Ruby Ridge and blah, 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 and Tim's a soldier and whatever, and Tim killed a federal agent, maybe Jones would have gone for it. But there were 160 not federal soldiers who were killed. Jones knew there was no way they were going to win on that, and Tim continued to push for it. Jones wanted to take another angle. He wanted to raise the idea that there were several different conspirators involved in the bombing and that Tim was just the fall guy. When asked, Tim had admitted to Terry Nichols and Mike's involvement, which I'll get to everything that happened with Mike in a moment. But Tim had argued that the two of them were under duress, that Mike didn't actually do anything for the construction of the bomb, and Tim had threatened Terry with going to the police if Terry didn't help with the bomb, which is partially true, at least true for like the last couple days of it. But Jones didn't want to hear it, and instead, he just started taking these globe-trotting trips. Jones and the defense team flew to Israel to ask about terrorist attacks that they dealt with. He flew to the UK to ask about terrorist attacks from the IRA. He flew to the Philippines because that's where Terry last traveled and investigated potential terrorist connections there. He flew to the Middle East and tried to see if there were any local plans to attack the federal building in Oklahoma City. And he did all of this with the idea that he could obfuscate the case enough to say that there was a greater conspiracy at foot and Tim was just the guy left holding the rope, which, would probably still get him some pretty severe sentence, but, maybe they wouldn't kill him if that was the case. At one point, Jones even hired a Harvard professor who was an expert on Middle Eastern terrorist organizations to be a part of the defense team. It was also at this time that Jones had a psychiatrist evaluate McVeigh. And then 5 years after the evaluation, Tim signed a release with the authors of American Terrorist for the psychiatrist to talk openly about his evaluation, which is where a lot of the notes that I mentioned earlier in the video came from. According to the psychiatrist, Tim had an IQ of about 126. Tim was very open about the bombing, that he did it, how he felt about it, and even though Tim would partially deny it, the psychiatrist said that his parents' divorce and the war had a huge weight on Timothy's eventual direction. He had no signs of regular drug use, although Tim admitted to experiencing with crystal meth and marijuana with Mike, as I mentioned earlier. And the psychiatrist agreed that Waco was the most bold point in Tim's mind that pushed him in this direction. The psychiatrist found that Tim had a deep-seated animosity towards women. When the psychiatrist asked him if there was anyone that he loved, Tim said his father and his grandfather. The psychiatrist asked why Tim didn't mention his mother or sisters, and Tim said, "Yeah, it's weird I didn't mention them, isn't it?" At one point, Tim asked the psychiatrist if it would be possible for him to donate his sperm so that even if he never met them or got to raise them, he could have offspring somewhere. And the psychiatrist's overall evaluation is Tim was not delusional. It's not like he was crazy, and he was certainly of sound mind in everything that he did. He wasn't evil in the sense of sadism. It's not like he did this attack just because he liked hurting people, even if that was the ultimate product. Psychiatrist's evaluation was that Tim was deeply, deeply angry, and that anger tragically found an outlet. Jones was very selective about what members of the press could come in to interview Tim. They could never ask him directly if he did the bombing, just questions about his life and how he felt about the bombing. And eventually an indictment was handed down. Obviously, the indictment contained things like, building a bomb and using the bomb, but it also accurately listed things like linking Tim to the robbery of Roger Moore. Most of the stuff regarding Terry's trial would take place after Tim's trial. The defense did get a win by managing to separate their cases. Initially, the prosecution wanted to try Terry and Tim together. They also got a win by changing the location of the trial to Colorado. Because, a Denver jury is going to be much less upset about the Oklahoma City bombing than an Oklahoma City jury. However, it's not like the prosecution really cared. Just the level of dirt they had on this guy. From the paper trail to the links of the multiple names that he used to buy pieces of explosives to the Ryder truck rental. Something else the prosecution had was Michael Fortier. See, in the midst of everyone getting caught, eventually Michael Fortier and his wife Lori were arrested as well. It became apparent to the FBI that at the least, Michael had knowledge that this was going to happen, down to when it was going to happen and where it was going to happen. And while the prosecution knew that they probably didn't have enough evidence to implicate him in the bombing itself, they could certainly get him for not alerting the authorities and leading to the deaths of so many people. So they cut a deal with him. If Mike and Lori acted as the prosecution's star witnesses, because the guy was using soup cans to practice his bomb arrangement in their house. If they acted as witnesses, Mike would get only 12 years in prison and Lori would get full immunity. This was the best offer they were going to get, so they took it. So on top of all of the physical evidence, they've also got Mike, the third conspirator, effectively willing to testify and say everything that Tim did. So to the prosecution, the defense can have the trial wherever they want because they've got Tim cornered. Tim would later say that he didn't blame Mike and Lori for the deal they took. They had families, they had something to lose. And again, it's not like Tim even really cared that he got caught. Tim's sister Jennifer had been questioned for 2 weeks. Again, the FBI were trying to pin her as a co-conspirator for the information she had. At her wit's end, crying in the midst of interrogation, the FBI offered her a deal. If she testified against her brother and testified of all the things he said to her and all of the signs that were accumulating for years and years, she would get immunity. And even though it broke her heart, Jennifer took the deal. So the prosecution has one of Tim's kind of conspirators and his sister talking against him. Well, Jones had to come up with some kind of defense, and he kind of got one that might have helped a little bit. So in Jones is searching for a bigger conspiracy that just placed him as the fall guy. He came across a report from an undercover ATF agent who had been to Elohim City. If you remember, Elohim City was the white separatist group that Tim had met one of the members of at a gun show. Well, an undercover ATF agent at Elohim City had said that during her time, she heard 2 members of Elohim City discussing blowing up a federal building. Now, this was a couple years ago, and there was no specific building and no specific date or plan of action, but Jones saw that he could make something out of this. There was a group that Tim had tried to contact, talked about blowing up a federal building, and he can get an ATF agent to testify. At one point, Jones even had Tim hooked up to a polygraph and asked him various questions about the bombing. He showed all honest answers to questions about him committing the bombing, him planning it alone. But when asked if there were more conspirators multiple times, the polygraph returned an unsure answer. Tim said this was simply because he was becoming agitated by Jones continuing to believe that there were co-conspirators, even though Tim said there were not. There was also another event that happened around this time that did not help the defense's case, and that was the O.J. Simpson trial. While Tim was locked up and the defense was preparing their plan of action, the O.J. Simpson trial happened in October of 1995. Now, this is actually an example that I do not have a video about on this channel, but I did cover it on the Red Thread. So once again, link in the description. But as I'm sure many of you know, the O.J. Simpson trial, and specifically O.J. Simpson being found not guilty for something that he certainly did, made a lot of Americans really upset and lose faith in the system. So it was unlikely that in a case as high profile as this, that a jury was willing to let off someone else who they believed was guilty from the start. The defense was so concerned about this that when they were selecting the jury on the questionnaire, they asked, did you keep up with the O.J. Simpson trial and how did you feel about it? The pretrial process went on for a couple of years. During this time, Tim read a bunch of books. He got a ton of letters in the mail, most of them, people wanting him dead. But there was also, as is weirdly common with any high-profile crime, a lot of letters from women offering marriage and to have his children. So I'm sure Tim got a kick out of that. However, in 1997, right before jury selection was to begin, a huge leak got out to the press. On March 1st of 1997, the Dallas Morning News put out another series of leaks. And if Tim had any, weight with the public, or if there's a few people who thought, well, maybe he didn't do it, right? This dispelled all of that. Quote from American Terrorist: in talks with his defense team, McVeigh not only admitted his guilt, but also confirmed that he bombed the building during the day to increase the body count, reporter Peter Slover wrote. Quote, some anti-government activists condemned the attack because of its high death toll, and one militia leader said Mr. McVeigh would have been a hero had he bombed the building at night to minimize casualties. Slover quoted McVeigh's response to the defense staffer when he was asked in July of 95 why he had not bombed the building at night. Quote, Mr. McVeigh looked directly in my eyes and told me that would not have gotten the point across to the government. We needed a body count to make our point. The story added that McVeigh discounted conspiracy theories about the bombing and that he insisted there was no John Doe No. 2 with him the day of the bombing. McVeigh said he alone delivered the explosive to the Murrah building. These were all things that Tim had said in private to the defense team. And now it was out there that even though the defense's argument was that there's a conspiracy, Tim said there's no conspiracy. And as a cherry on top, he wanted to kill as many people as possible. According to Jones, this was because they were trying to turn over some information to the press and accidentally gave the press access to everything. So of course, they just published the story that was in the attorney's report. So with Jones trying to win over the press, he accidentally ruined any chances they had with the press. Go figure. And again, it's Timothy McVeigh. It's not like all of this matters a ton. We know he did it, whatever. But could you imagine if we didn't know this guy did it and then the attorneys were just throwing information like that out there? It was also after this leak that the defense would start getting a lot more harsh directions from the judge. The judge said they could not use a hypothetical conspiracy defense. They had to provide specific examples, which, a hypothetical conspiracy was Jones's whole thing. And more damningly, they could not use the ATF agent as a witness who claimed she heard people in Elohim City talk about a federal bombing. Which, if Jones did have one avenue of approach, it was that, and now the judge had cut it off. The judge also ruled that the prosecution during the initial trial, not the sentencing, just the initial trial, could use victim testimony. Now, this is a weird gray area, right? Like, it makes sense why victim testimonies are used in sentencing trials. After an individual has already been found guilty and now the jury is deciding what they're going to sentence the person to, then it makes sense to have family members and those affected come forward and talk about the impact that this event's had on their lives. But for an initial trial to decide if someone is guilty or not, it's a little gray. Like, imagine this, right? Let's separate it from Timothy McVeigh. Imagine that one guy has been accused of murdering someone, and it's a 50-50 if they did it or not. Now imagine that the prosecution gets to bring every one of the victim's family members up to the stand, and the family members talk about how horribly this has affected them, how much it's ruined their life. The impact statements don't have anything to do with if that person is guilty or not. But what it does do is get a jury emotionally fired up over the effect the hypothetical murderer, if it's this person or not, might have had. Like, if someone lost a family member in the Oklahoma City bombing, that's tragic, but that doesn't indicate that Timothy McVeigh did it. But the prosecution knows that it is a strong emotional play, and now the judge is allowing it. The judge also said that the defense could not use the Department of Justice's report on the FBI's report of the explosive. It was deemed irrelevant to the case, even though I would argue, again, doesn't matter, it's Tim, we know he did it, but I would argue that in another case with another hypothetical bomber, it would be pretty relevant. So for context, after the explosion, the FBI's forensics lab put together a report of what they think the bomb was. And the FBI got a lot of details wrong, from the chemical composition to the size of the bomb. And in many cases, it seems that they did not maintain evidence well. There was a lot of cross-contamination. One point that piqued Tim's interest was the FBI had said that there was bomb residue on the clothes that Tim was arrested in. But if you'll remember, after assembling the bomb, Tim bathed in the lake and then changed clothes. So Tim knew there wouldn't be any explosive residue on him. So Tim thought, oh, maybe, I mean, obviously I did it, but maybe they're trying to pin more evidence against me. They're fabricating evidence. When it turns out this was likely because the FBI in the forensics lab just didn't take good enough custody of Tim's clothes, and some of the explosive residue they were testing got on the clothes. The Department of Justice, after more was figured out about the explosive, issued a report condemning the FBI's report, saying there was a lot of backwards answers and that the FBI did a poor job. Now, for a defense who is trying to prove that the federal government is not exploring all the avenues and doing a bad job at figuring out who did the bombing, the Department of Justice issuing a statement that the FBI didn't know what they were doing in forensics would be pretty relevant, but the judge said the defense couldn't use it. Again, it's not like I'm saying like, oh, they should have let him use it, blah, blah, blah. Again, we all know, we all know who made the building blow up. But to many, it seemed convenient that after the press leak that had accounts from Tim saying he wanted a high body count and that he acted alone and blah, blah, blah. It seems convenient that then the judge was railroading the defense a lot and letting the prosecution do whatever they wanted. As you can imagine, the entire trial was a media storm. It was so big, in fact, that President Clinton enacted 2 unique pieces of law in preparation for the trial. And I'm reading this from American Terrorist. One of the acts permitted bomb victims who appeared as witnesses to watch the trial from the spectators' area on days when they were not testifying. Normally, witnesses are just asked to come to court or allowed into closed courtrooms on days that they are testifying. But now the victims could watch the entire trial from a spectator area, as normally federal courts do not allow witnesses to watch a trial. This is done normally so that the witnesses don't hear anything that sways their testimony. Quote, the other act allowed victims and their families in Oklahoma to monitor the proceedings in an Oklahoma City auditorium via closed-circuit television, making McVeigh's trial the first in federal court history to be shown in that manner. So even though cameras weren't allowed, there were more victims in this trial than any other federal trial. And since they all couldn't fit in the courtroom, they wired a TV so that they could watch next door. Eventually, a 7-man and 5-woman jury was composed, and the trial began on April 24th of 1997. The prosecution's lead attorney, Joseph Hurlitzer, had MS and worked his way across the courtroom on an electric scooter. And in his opening statement, he told the story of a woman who dropped her kid off that day at daycare, never to see him again. He went on to describe more and more individual accounts of children who were killed during the bombing. In his opening statement, he said, "You will hear evidence in this case that McVeigh liked to consider himself a patriot, someone who could start the Second American Revolution. The literature in his car quoted statements from the founding fathers and other people who played a part in the American Revolution, people like Patrick Henry and Samuel Adams. McVeigh isolated and took these statements out of context, and he did that to justify his anti-government violence. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the statements of our forefathers can never justify warfare against innocent children. Our forefathers didn't fight British women and children, they fought other soldiers. They fought them face to face, hand to hand. They didn't plant bombs and run away wearing earplugs. Which I do have to say, as far as opening statements go, goes pretty hard. For Jones's opening statement, he talked about the story of a woman named Diana Bradley. Diana Bradley was walking the street that day and claimed to have seen someone get out of the Ryder truck and walk away. And she described the man as short, stocky, with olive complexion, wearing a puffy jacket with black hair. So Jones is alleging that someone else was responsible for the bombing. Jones also went on to read the names of all 168 people killed in the bombing. It took a full 6 minutes. Jones was doing this to imply that the defense was not trying to obfuscate the damage that had been done, just that Timothy wasn't the one who did it. However, to the family members who were watching this through the CCTV and they see Tim's defense attorney read out the names of loved ones, it didn't really come off as that. It came off as, being a jerk. He said that Mike Fortier is a coward trying to save his own skin and that it would be proven that Mike is just lying to protect himself. He criticized the FBI's investigation and said by the end of the trial, he will prove that Tim is not the one who did the bombing. Well, as the trial went on, the prosecution had 141 witnesses because, again, they got to use victim testimony as evidence against Tim, and the defense only had 27. There were a lot of points in the trial where Tim would later say that he really hated his defense team. There would be points where Tim would see the prosecution say something that was incorrect, and Tim would urge his defense team to object, but they were so caught up in papers they were shuffling through, they didn't even hear what was said. Which is a little satisfying after everything he did, that he had a bad defense team, right? I mean, at least a little bit. But at the same time, Tim was not helping his case. If a female reporter walked up to him on his way in or out of the courthouse, he would try to flirt with them. He would laugh and giggle. Several times during the trial, he would laugh to himself or try to make jokes with the attorneys. And, that's not the kind of behavior that, victims' families want to see out of the guy accused of killing their family. Later on, when asked why he didn't act solemn or give any condolences to the family members affected, Tim would say, "The victims are looking for some show of remorse. I understand and empathize with the victims' losses, but at the same time, I'm a realist. Death and loss are an integral part of life everywhere. We have to accept it and move on. To these people in Oklahoma who lost a loved one, I'm sorry, but it happens every day. You're not the first mother to lose a kid or the first grandparent to lose a grandson or granddaughter. It happens every day, somewhere in the world. I'm not going to go into that courtroom, curl into a fetal ball, and cry just because the victims want me to do that." And the entire trial, the prosecution was just beating the brakes off of the defense. They would have Mike Fortier go up and give detailed accounts of when Tim said he was going to do the bombing, how he built the bomb, all the components of it, and then victim statement, victim statement, victim statement. And then they would find the guy who sold Tim the nitromethane under the guise that he was trying to use it for a motorcycle, and then victim statement, victim statement. They knew exactly what they were doing, and it worked. In the meantime, when the defense did have someone go up to the stand, it did not work. That woman Jones talked about in the opening, Dana Bradley, who supposedly saw someone who did not look like Timothy McVeigh get out of the Ryder truck, when she was called to the stand, she said yes, she did say that's what the guy looked like initially, but now she's not really sure what he looked like. She also said that she had spent many years in mental institutions and that she did not have a good memory. Her quote was, "I don't recall much. You can tell me one thing one week and I would forget it the next week." So, that's the only witness they have who saw someone that wasn't Tim that day. After a pretty successful court case, the prosecution had this closing statement. "When you retire to the jury room, evaluate what promises were made by Joe Harltzer against the evidence and see if we haven't kept our word. We promise, and we've proven, in more ways than one, a number of important factual propositions. Number one, Timothy McVeigh, motivated by hatred of the government and in a rage over the events at Waco, deliberately and with premeditation planned the bombing of the Murrah building. Number two, that he educated himself on how to build bombs. Number three, that he enlisted at least one co-conspirator and attempted to recruit yet another, Michael Fortier, to help him in that criminal act, and that he and Terry Nichols acquired and attempted to acquire all the necessary components to build a massive bomb that Timothy McVeigh carefully, very deliberately selected as target, the Murrah building. He surveyed it, and that in April of 1995, he rented the truck, built the bomb, and detonated it against the Murrah building. That's the government's case. Promises made, promises kept. So, pretty to the point, pretty condensed. Got it. On the defense's side, the closing statement was a little different. Jones said, "Why let Lori Fortier walk away with nothing and Michael make the deal that he did? Because without them, what we have is a series of isolated incidents. Michael and Lori Fortier served the function of Tarzan and Jane in the old Tarzan movies, where you've got a clump of trees here and a clump of trees there and a clump of trees over there, and Tarzan and Jane had to swing from one clump of trees to the next. It's only by their swinging and maneuvering that the trees are connected. This is their significance." Okay. Jones also said that they could not convict McVeigh for reading things like the Turner Diaries and all the other literature that he had, and said, quote, "I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that in the context of this case, this political literature and the word motive mean nothing." When I think if a guy who hates the government reads a book about why the government is evil and why you should blow it up with a car bomb, I feel like then literature and motive are pretty connected. Well, it only took the jury 4 days, and on June the 2nd, Timothy McVeigh was found guilty on all counts. Specifically, there were 11 counts: conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction, use of a weapon of mass destruction, destruction of government property with explosives, and 8 counts of first-degree murder. Now, you may be wondering why only 8 counts, but remember, this is a federal trial. It became a federal trial for the federal agents who were killed. The other 160 deaths would be under the jurisdiction of the state of Oklahoma. So federally, they get him for the federal agents that were killed and destroying the building and the weapon. If the state of Oklahoma wished to, they would have to have a separate trial within the state government for the 160 other deaths. That exact series of events would happen to Terry Nichols, but we'll get to that later. So now they moved into the sentencing portion of the trial. The prosecution wanted the death penalty, and the defense wanted life in prison. When they get to closing statements for the sentencing portion of the trial, Jones begins by saying that yes, Timothy McVeigh blew up the building after he spent all that time in the previous trial talking about how he probably didn't blow up the building. And in this closing, Jones tried to argue that while Tim did a bad thing, he was doing it from a good place. He said, quote, "Millions of Americans, millions, you know that, share Mr. McVeigh's views. They're as old as the struggle that led to the ratification of the Constitution. Mr. McVeigh acted on them. He acted on them because he understood what had happened, but more importantly, what had not happened. And so he made it happen. They hurt, so you hurt. They died, so you die. They were innocent, you are innocent. What a terrible price to pay for a failure to account, for a failure to instruct as a government must. This tragedy at Ruby Ridge, this tragedy at Waco could have been avoided. This tragedy at Oklahoma City could have been avoided." Almost implying that his acts were bizarrely justified. I mean, I get the guy did not have a winnable case, but my gosh. Tim's father and mother didn't come to the initial criminal portion of the trial, but they did come to the sentencing portion to try to argue for their son's life. His mom argued that he was not a monster and instead had been a loving son. His sister talked about her best memories with Tim, how he was always a great older brother. And Bill, heartbreakingly, played a home video he had put together. It was clips of a young Tim sitting on Santa's lap, of him playing with a toy train, of him driving a tractor when he was a kid. And when the defense asked after the tape was played and after a photograph was shown of him and Tim together, the conversation went as follows. "Can you identify that photograph?" Burr asked. "It's myself and my son," Bill answered, "somewhere between December of 89 and 92. "Does it bring back memories?" Burr asked. "Well, to me, it's a happy Tim," Bill answered. "It's a Tim I remember most of my life. Oh, he's always good-natured, fun to be with, always in a pretty good mood." "Do you love Tim?" Burr asked. "Yes," Bill said. "I love Tim." He added that it wasn't just the Tim in the photograph he loved, but the Tim who was sitting in the courtroom with him that day. Do you want him to stay alive? Burr asked. Yes, I do. Gosh, I know it's not comparable to those that lost loved ones, but like I said, Bill always struck me as a good man who probably has spent the rest of his life questioning where he went wrong. And here it's just a quiet father pleading for his son's life, understanding that his son deserves punishment, but just wanting him to live. Going into the courtroom on the day of his verdict, where Tim before would wear a button-up shirt, now he just wore a sweatshirt. Someone asked where his court shirt was. Tim replied, "If I'm going to be sentenced to death, I might as well be comfortable." And sure enough, on June the 13th, that's exactly what the jury did. They found that Tim should receive the death penalty. When Tim was asked if he wanted to make any final statements, he quoted Court Justice Louis Brandeis. The quote came from an old federal ruling regarding if phone tapping should be legal. For McVeigh's one and only statement during the trial, he said, "I wish to use the words of Justice Brandeis." He wrote, "Our government is the potent, the omnipresent teacher, for good or ill. It teaches the whole people by its example." That's all I have. Nothing about the victims, nothing about what happened. Just his moment to get a word out about why he did the things he did because the government did the things that they did. It may be confusing why Tim wanted a trial in the first place, why he didn't just plead guilty, but there's a twofold reason for that. For one, Tim hated the government, and he hated trials, and he hated attorneys, and he hated the whole judicial process. So even though he did it, and he would later have no problem admitting that he did it, he wanted to see the state work for it. He wanted to see if by some miracle he could get off so that he could probably do the same thing again. And above all else, he wasn't going to make it easy for them. He also, in preparation for the trial, thought that he wanted to receive the death penalty. I mean, he didn't want to sit around in jail forever. For a guy who valued freedom so much, that wouldn't have done him a lot of good. But to be killed by the state, to, as he saw it, have the state be a hypocrite and say that he can't murder, but they can, that intrigued him. So he wasn't going to take a plea deal for a life sentence when he could go through the whole rigmarole and have the state kill him, which in the beginning, back when he was planning to die in a gunfight in front of the Ryder truck, was its original plan. So Timothy McVeigh was given the death penalty and sent to Florence, Colorado, to the Florence Supermax. Before he left, he took the court shirt that he had worn throughout the trial and sent it to Andrea Peters, the girl from the security job that he always had a crush on. He sent it to her with a note that said, "If you're cold or lonely, put this shirt on and think of me." His last meal outside of prison was a couple of Taco Bell tacos. Tim pulled off the sticker on the side to reveal that he won free nachos. He laughed and said, "I may have gotten death, but at least I got nachos." And he gave the sticker to one of the marshals that escorted him out. When he gets to the Supermax prison, he is placed in a high security portion of the prison that only has 4 convicts, Tim being one of them. The 3 other convicts were, and I'm not kidding, Louis Philippe, also known as King Blood, the guy that founded the New York City branch of the Latin Kings, who was responsible for not only every crime you could practically imagine and a lot of murders, but even had murders ordered while he was in prison. Ramzi Ahmed Youssef, the guy who did the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, and Ted Kaczynski. That's right, the Unabomber was in jail at the same time and was right next door to the World Trade Center bomber and the Oklahoma City bomber. For this reason, that part of the prison got the nickname Bombers Row or Celebrity Row. And also, I made a whole video about Ted Kaczynski that's just as long, if not longer, than this one. So once again, link in the description. Tim was still getting a ton of letters. At one point, someone asked him to sign a photo in the paper of the 4 of them lined up, and Tim signed it as the A-Team. Initially, they were confined to their cell 24 hours a day, and twice a week, they got to go outside one at a time to an exercise area. But eventually, the rules were loosened up, and they were all allowed out to the exercise area at the same time, just in their own individual cages, so they couldn't, attack each other. Tim got along well enough with Philippe. The 2 of them would trade porn. Him and Youssef also had a lot of similar ideas about why the government is evil, and the 2 of them got along, and Youssef at multiple points tried to convert Tim to Islam. But the one who Tim had the most in common, who became his best friend during this time in prison, was Ted Kaczynski. The 2 of them talked at length about their opinions on government and freedom and why people need to pay and while people just didn't understand the things that they did. As mentioned, it was around this time that the authors of the book made contact with Tim and began visiting him in prison. Well, after talking to Ted Kaczynski about Tim, Ted Kaczynski sent an 11-page letter to the authors, which they copied at the end of the book. And he spent most of the time talking about how Tim was intelligent and he was very friendly, and Kaczynski enjoyed his company. At one point, while discussing the things Tim did, Kaczynski said, "Assuming that the Oklahoma City bombing was intended as a protest against the U.S. government in general and against the government's actions at Waco in particular, I will say that I think the bombing was a bad action because it was unnecessarily inhumane. A more effective protest could have been made with far less harm to innocent people. Most of the people who died at Oklahoma City were, I imagine, lower-level government employees, office help and the like, who were not even remotely responsible for objectionable government policies or for the events of Waco. If violence were to be used to express protest, it could have been used far more humanely, and at the same time more effectively by being directed at the relatively small number of people who were personally responsible for the policies or actions to which the protesters objected. Such protest would have attracted just as much national attention as the Oklahoma City bombing and would have involved relatively little risk to innocent people. Moreover, the protest would have earned far more sympathy than the Oklahoma City bombing did, because it is safe to assume that many anti-government people who might have accepted violence that was more limited and carefully directed were repelled by the large loss of innocent life at Oklahoma City." My gosh, those long run-on sentences. I feel like I'm reading Industrial Society and Its Future again. The first time I was reading that, I was like, oh, interesting. Ted had some points about why Tim should have been more selective with his targets, kind of like how Ted was when he sent mail bombs to like 1 or 2 people at a time. And then I remembered, didn't that guy try to blow up an airplane? Like a passenger plane. It's really rich coming from the Unabomber that Tim should have picked more selective targets. After Tim had been there about a year in 1998, funny enough, Terry Nichols showed up. See, after Tim's trial, Terry Nichols' trial really began. As opposed to Tim, Terry spent most of his federal trial crying and saying that he was very sorry for what he did. During his statement, as opposed to Tim's very short statement, Terry said, "I never wanted to kill or harm anyone or to damage or destroy any buildings or property anywhere at any time," which immediately sounds like the kind of person who would do all of those things. "This may sound hollow and superficial to some, but I am sincere when I say that I would give my life if it would bring back all those that died in the bombing, especially the children. Perhaps I should have listened closer to what McVeigh was saying. Perhaps I should have questioned McVeigh more about certain things. I know." Yeah, bro, I guess. "I never in my wildest dreams ever thought that I would know someone that would do a horrible terrorist act as what happened in Oklahoma City. I never thought that an American would carry out such a terrorist act in his own country. I'm sorry that I am too naive and too trusting of people." On December 23rd of 1997, Nichols was found guilty in the federal trial of 1 account of conspiracy and 8 counts of involuntary manslaughter. For this, he was sentenced to life without parole. Now, as mentioned, if the state wishes to pursue a case after the federal case is done, they have the right to. After Tim McVeigh was given the death penalty, the state of Oklahoma dropped the case as long as the federal government carried through on its death penalty. If the feds eventually rescinded and changed their sentencing to like life in prison or something like that, then Oklahoma would pick the case back up. But as long as the government kills him, the federal government, the Oklahoma state government, will let the case go. However, since Terry Nichols was just given life imprisonment, the state of Oklahoma said, absolutely, bring that guy back. So in January of 2000, the state of Oklahoma charged him with 160 counts of capital first-degree murder, 1 count of fetal homicide for the pregnant woman who was killed in the blast, 1 count of first-degree arson, and 1 count of conspiracy. The goal of the prosecution was to get the death penalty. He was found guilty on all counts, and then they moved to the penalty phase. The jury here could not reach a unanimous decision regarding the death penalty. So symbolically, for each of the lives that were taken that were not federal agents, and counting the fetal homicide, Nichols was symbolically sentenced to 161 consecutive life terms, which is the most life sentences ever dealt in United States history. But between the federal trial and the state trial, there was a window of time where Nichols was at the supermax with McVeigh. And multiple times, McVeigh would try to get Nichols to talk to him, and Nichols never would. Also, during this time, as I mentioned, Timothy had a lot of problems with Stephen Jones, his attorney. And after the trial, Timothy had no problem hiding them. He would talk negatively of Jones all the time, and Jones would talk negatively of him. And following the trial, Jones would actually write a book where he alleged that there was a greater conspiracy and that there was no doubt in his mind that more people were involved. And a lot of the things he said in that book have gone on to be conspiracy theories regarding the Oklahoma City bombing to this day. Well, obviously, Tim didn't like the book or agree with it, but he thought some of the parts were funny. And one of the things Jones alleged in his book was that Terry Nichols had the code name of Farmer. So while in the Supermax, to try to provoke Nichols, Tim would do things like yell, "Hey, Farmer!" But regardless, Nichols would not interact with him. And then, when Michael started serving his 12 years, of which he would get released after 10 for good behavior, and then after Michael was released, him and his wife were placed in witness protection and assumedly have a new identity and are just out there somewhere today. But while Michael was serving his 12 years, he also got transferred to the Supermax. And one day actually spoke to Tim from the window of his cell. It was a casual conversation. Tim, as mentioned earlier, held no ill will, asked how his family was holding up, and at one point asked Michael if he knew there was a daycare in that building, and Michael said he didn't, and Tim said he didn't either. Meanwhile, while he was in prison, Tim was known as the Oklahoma City Bomber, and he was eating it up. He was writing articles to any publication that would put out what he had to say, which, as you could imagine, was several of them. In one of these publications in June of 1998, to the media bypass, Tim said, "In Oklahoma City, it was family convenience that explained the presence of a daycare center placed between street level and the law enforcement agencies which occupied the upper floors of the building. Yet when discussion shifts to Iraq, any daycare center in a government building instantly becomes a shield." Think about that. Actually, there is a difference here. The administration has admitted to knowledge of the presence of children in or near Iraqi government buildings, yet they still proceed with their plans to bomb, saying that they cannot be held responsible if children die. There's no such proof, however, that knowledge of the presence of children existed in relation to the Oklahoma City bombing. When considering morality and mens rea, criminal intent, in light of these facts, I ask, who are the true barbarians? I mean, obviously he's eating it up, but I don't really care what a child murderer has to say about the concept of child murder. Tim was in the Supermax until 1999. See, the last federal execution in the United States was in 1963. After that, federal executions were banned, and it was ruled that it was up to the states if they wanted to execute or not. Well, federal executions got brought back on the table in 1988. And up until Timothy McVeigh, there were 13 other people sentenced by the federal government to death. And since 88, they had just been in separate prisons awaiting a federal execution. Well, Tim was the 14th, and by 1999, there were 6 more. So once the federal government had 20 death row inmates that were supposed to be executed by the federal government, they made what is still the one and only federal death row in Terre Haute, Indiana. So in July of 1999, Tim and the other death row inmates were transferred there. And during this time, Tim's attorneys had had many stays of executions and wanting to re-examine the trial and see if there's new evidence. But by 2000, after being in the federal death row, Tim decided might as well get this show on the road. He's got his word out quite enough. He had talked to the authors of this book and given his entire life story. And if his ultimate plans to be killed by the state, well, that doesn't happen unless he gets killed by the state. So in 2000, Tim asked his attorneys to quit staying the execution. And Tim was scheduled to be executed on May 16th of 2001. He would be the first at this new facility to be executed, meaning Tim would be the first federal execution since 1963. While at this death row facility, Tim still had access to books and letters. He had a television in his room. Tim had decided that after he died, he wanted to be cremated so that no one could do anything to his body and he wouldn't be examined for science to see what made him tick or whatever. And also, if he was buried anywhere, he didn't want his family to deal with, someone coming and trying to dig up his body or desecrate his corpse. But he had made a joke while speaking to an attorney at one point that it's going to be really funny when he gets buried in a veteran cemetery. Since, being a combat vet, he technically would have the ability to get buried in one. And shortly after that, by coincidence, new laws were passed saying that traitors to the United States and those convicted of murder, and especially those being executed by the federal government, could not be buried in a veteran cemetery. Overall, Tim spent a lot of time at this facility pretty bored. He got bored of watching the TV all the time, of just reading books over and over. He had the option to exercise daily, but he wouldn't take it because it was an indoor exercise facility. He felt, what's the point of taking the exercise time if you can't be outdoors? Even more frustrating, while he was in death row, he would talk about why he felt the Oklahoma City bombing had good impacts. He pointed to things like the 1996 Montana Freeman incident, when instead of going in guns blazing, the FBI conducted a long standoff and eventually it ended relatively peacefully. Or how the Weaver family reached a $3.1 million settlement with the government. Or how in 1999 there was a re-examination of Waco, which there was already so many reforms happening in government and cases like that had been going on for a long time. I don't think killing a bunch of innocent people, made the government decide to give Randy Weaver some money. But of course, someone as dedicated as McVeigh will see himself as the martyr at whatever cost. Tim would also do some television interviews at this time, like a famous one with 60 Minutes. He was not explicitly asked if he did the bombing, but the question certainly surrounded the topic. McVeigh gave his usual spiel of talking about if government's the teacher, then they teach violence. This kind of thing's been a long time coming, blah, blah, blah. It was also in December of 1999 that his mother said something pretty extreme. She was being asked all the time for news interviews and to talk to the press. At one point during an interview with Tampa's WTSP-TV, she said, and I quote, "Every bombing or shooting is a big case. Plane crashes. There's more people killed in a plane crash than was killed in Oklahoma, and yet these people think they're the only victims. I do feel sorry for them, but let's face it, this happened 4.5 years ago. Let's get it out of our minds. Let's get it out of our lives." I mean, that's almost as bad as the stuff Tim said. That sounds like something Tim would say. Now, it is true that his mom had several nervous breakdowns. She was involuntarily committed to mental facilities 3 times after the bombing. And even before the bombing, Tim noticed some weird signs. Like one time he says he went to visit her in Florida and she had unplugged all of the electric outlets from the wall. And he thought it's just because she was trying to save power. And then he found out that it's because she was afraid of like electromagnetic frequencies. So she was never that stable, but the bombing certainly exasperated it. But even then, let's get it out of our lives. Oh my gosh. Eventually, while on death row and while speaking to the authors of the book, Tim would finally, for the first time, outright say that he was the Oklahoma City bomber. "I bombed the Murrah building. I like the phrase shot heard around the world, and I don't think there's any doubt the Oklahoma City blast was heard around the world. A shrink might look at what I have to say and decide he's a psychopath or sociopath. He has no respect for human life. Far from that. I have great respect for human life. My decision to take human life at the Murrah building, I did not do it for personal gain. I used my mind in that. I did it for the larger good." Before his execution, in his final statement, Tim had said, "Once you bloody the bully's nose and he knows he's going to be punched again, he's not coming back around." That's what Tim considered this, a bloody nose. Dirty for dirty. And he never expressed regret for any of it. He never expressed condolences to those who were lost. He was regretful that children died, but in his mind, they had to. Greater good, after all. His initial execution date was pushed back to June the 11th after it was revealed that the FBI had not turned over a lot of their reports to the defense. The execution was stayed for a couple months so the defense could go through them, but there wasn't anything substantial. And Timothy McVeigh was executed on June 11th of 2001. He told the author of the book, one of the witnesses that was appointed to be there during the execution, that he would only give a last word if he had been treated unfairly. And since Tim gave no last word, it seems he was not. For his execution, he was asked if he wanted a last meal, to which he initially declined, and then decided that he would like 2 pints of mint chocolate chip ice cream. He took a shower, groomed himself, and then calmly walked into the execution chamber and laid on the table. There is a camera streaming the execution back to 230 people in Oklahoma City, and Tim simply looked into the camera as he closed his eyes and died. Before his death, he did take an anointing from a priest, which is peculiar given his feelings on religion. Perhaps in his final moments he had a change of heart, or a what if. Several days later, there was a small funeral for his family in New York. During the prayer for Timothy's soul, they also prayed for the souls of all of those who were lost in the bombing. So, what is there to say about him? Timothy McVeigh is an interesting case to me because there are so many instances where you can see where things start to go wrong. Like, he started in a loving family, seems to always have had a loving and supportive father. and he excelled at school. He was great in high school, and then things start to dip. He loses purpose, and he finds purpose in the worst place. So he puts a bandage on it. He goes to the army, but that makes the problem worse. He comes back, he tries one thing and another until he finds something that he can hate more than himself. Sure, there are plenty of people who are radicalized to negative ideologies in one way or the other, but most of them don't blow up a bunch of innocent people. There was something deeper in McVeigh. There was something beyond hatred or beyond liberty or the want to fight for what's right and punch back at the bully or whatever. There was a need to hurt someone the same way he wanted to hurt himself so many nights ago in his grandfather's house. And that manifested itself by making any target acceptable as long as he got what he wanted. As I mentioned earlier in the video, I like guns. I've grown up with them my whole life. And I, on this channel, very publicly, have been super critical of things like Ruby Ridge and Waco. I completely understand being upset with the government. I completely understand watching them do wrong in one place and then claiming it's right, and then doing more wrong under the name of a previous wrong. I think it is totally fair and needed to criticize as needed. But at some point, the buck has to stop somewhere. The first substantial job I had after high school, and I think I've talked about this online before, but I worked at a gun shop. And working at a gun shop, you meet all kinds of people. And as a young man, I thought it was cool to talk about taking it back to the government, about all the things that the government's going to do to harm us and how we, the people, have to be ready and blah, blah, blah. And like I said earlier, all of those traits are things that in isolation are good. Prepare to better protect yourself and people that you love. Prepare to be ready for an upset condition. But far too often, there was a flavor at the end of that sentence. There was a note of not only being ready and not only criticizing and understanding the bad that the state has done, but there was a molding into a strong us versus them mentality. I mean, for decades, as the government would do things like Waco or crack down on what is just people going about their lives normally, but finding ways to legislate around things like firearms ownership or self-defense, people would say things like, when is enough enough? When do we finally get angry enough that we do something about all of this? And for the majority of the people, this grand enemy was some nebulous thing out in space. It's the bad people in government, or it's the people that secretly control the government, or it's the government sometimes, but not all the time. And when you're young, that kind of sentiment's exciting. There's a threat coming, but I'm going to be ready for it. I'm ahead of the curve before everyone else is. But time and time again, the only thing that ever amounts to is hate. People who live with that idea long enough that there is some malicious person or persons out there who is out to get me, to destroy my way of life. It always amount to hate against certain groups of people, hate against certain members of government, hate against entire agencies within the government. But it's always in the name of people, right? If that be Americans or members of your religion or family or whatever. It's always, I am hating and seeking the destruction of someone else because of the people and things that I hold sacred. But every time people get lost in that cycle, it just becomes about the hate. I mean, look at Timothy McVeigh. That guy lost all connections with his family. He lost all connections to friends who weren't conspirators in his plan. What was he even fighting for? Some vague concept of freedom that could be experienced by no one he cares about, no people he cares about. At one point in his life, I'm sure he had sympathy and love for those around him, but that was far gone by the time he pulled that truck up to that building. The question of when is enough flips both ways. Sure, there are several instances when enough has to be enough when it comes to things like government overreach. There have been governments in the past that have directly targeted people or groups of people, and at some point, people have to rise up and say stop. And as mentioned, I completely understand feeling that way over things like Waco. But on the other side of the coin, as the person who's scared, as the person who's getting ready, you've got to ask yourself that question too. When is enough enough? It's one thing to make this person in government or this person I don't know of behind the government the enemy, but what happens when it becomes a federal agency? What happens when it becomes members of that agency? What happens when it becomes the family members of that member of the agency? What happens when it becomes a bunch of people and children who just so happened to be standing nearby. The Timothy McVeigh, who in high school was learning about guns and American history, is so far removed from the Timothy McVeigh that killed 168 people. But it's the same man who committed himself to that hatred for years and years and never let off the pedal. It's like somewhere beneath him there was a righteous crop, but the ground was covered in these thorns and thickets of hatred and despising. And as whatever at one point in his life might have been good growth was choked out by all the death, till whatever was left was thorny and ruined. To cause that amount of damage, to hurt and end that many people, and to spend the rest of your time smug about it, to say you were doing the right thing, to attribute better moves in government in the years since to your massacre of innocent people, at some point the crop's gone. It's just thorns. What happens when your enemy becomes the Americans that you're supposedly sworn to defend? What happens when the people who are out to get you, who you need to stop, are people who have a driver's license from the same state you're in, who watch the same sports games you do, who have the same interests you do? That's not to say those who are different from you are any less valuable, but to someone like Timothy, who was supposedly resigned to protect people like him, to protect like-minded individuals, what's it mean when the enemy becomes anyone else? It means nothing. And when I think about the Oklahoma City bombing, when I think about Americans, when I think about people who stand for what this country used to be and stand for something worth getting behind, I don't think of Timothy McVeigh. I think of all of those people in Oklahoma City who ran to the bomb site and put the safety and lives of others above their own. I think about those videos of people running into the unknown and coming out with people in their arms. Those are the people worth fighting for. Those are the people who make defense mean something, who make standing for anything mean something. And it's the very people Tim killed who he at one point thought he was protecting. Tim proclaimed himself to be some martyr, and up until the end he thought he had done the right thing, the hard decision. But all that he became, all that he is a domestic terrorist who killed a bunch of innocent people due to hate and anger, regardless of whatever code of righteousness he wanted to place over it. And to see the people of Oklahoma City who saw an evil like that, and not only came together, but became stronger because of it, is inspiring. Directly across the street from the Alfred P. Murrah building, there was an American elm tree that was directly in the proximity of the blast. In an area where bricks were ripped apart and concrete was shattered and nearly every car was destroyed, miraculously, the tree lived. It was damaged and broken, but eventually it bloomed again. This tree has been dubbed the Survivor Tree. For a long time, it's been considered a sacred site to those in Oklahoma City as a representation of what they went through and where they've gone after. Seeds of the Survivor Tree were distributed to those affected by the Oklahoma City bombing, and now offspring of the tree grow across the state. Tim had talked about at multiple points while he was in prison, from the psychiatrist to just general discussion about the concept of becoming a sperm donor, of having a child somewhere out there in the world. Seems that suddenly, near the end of his life, things like that began to matter to him. But hate only begats hate. Nothing good comes of it. And Tim's lineage ended with him. But the people of Oklahoma City, the people who built families, who learned about this tragedy and made something out of it, that's the kind of spirit that carries on for generations. That's the kind of spirit that Tim thought he was fighting for, when in reality, he was fighting against. Like the people who went in to save all of those who were trapped in the building, like the Survivor Tree, that's the kind of spirit that continues to grow. From the inspiration, from the bravery they showed, like the seeds of the Survivor Tree, it begins to grow around them as well. The site of the Alfred P. Murrah building was converted into the Oklahoma City Bombing Memorial. It opened on April the 19th of 2000, 5 years after that day. Around the Survivor Tree is a stone wall that says, "The spirit of this city and this nation will not be defeated. Our deeply rooted faith sustains us." The memorial is composed of 168 chairs. The chairs are arranged by different groups of people and where they were in the building at the moment of the explosion. And the 19 smaller chairs represent the children who lost their lives. Every chair has a name carved on it. From standing at the Survivor Tree, it looks like the chairs are floating in the air, designed to look like the 9 different floors of the Alfred P. Murrah building. Pine trees are planted around the sides of the memorial, and if they grow to their full height, about 90 feet, they will be roughly as tall as the building itself once was. The east wall of the memorial says 901, and the west wall says 903. And of course, 902 in the middle is the moment that all of the souls were taken from this world. Outside of each wall is carved the words, "We come here to remember those who were killed, those who survived, and those changed forever. May all who leave here know the impact of violence. May this memorial offer comfort, strength, peace, hope, and serenity." Richard Williams, the former assistant manager of the Murrah building, said, "The bombing brought us to our knees, but we got back up. If anything, it made us stronger." That is the kind of spirit that Timothy's hate tried to kill, and it's the kind of spirit that it couldn't. On one of my videos, I can't even remember which video it was some incident covering a disaster where a lot of people lost their lives. I remember someone left a comment on that video where they said their father or grandfather one told them, anytime there's a disaster, look for the helpers. There's always helpers. And in the midst of talking about tragedies like this, to see that time and time again, there are always people who rise to the call. I cannot think of a single tragedy or loss of life in my memory that I didn't see someone try to do something to make it better. That spirit's out there, and all of the talk of hate and us versus them and war against one another, silently and called upon when needed, there is always a spirit of hope. There's always a spirit of good that in the end wins out past the bad. And I know this story's been heavy, and I know that I'm sure a lot of the descriptions were a lot to get through, and I appreciate you all for getting through it with me. But I'm thankful time and time again as I cover these stories that every time something tragic and horrible happens, there's always good in the end. And hopefully that makes today's account a little better, and hopefully you learned something. And I really appreciate you sticking around this long. And above all else, I just want to say thank you for watching. I've wanted to cover this story for a long time. Like I've said, I've alluded to it multiple times in the past. And I had read a bunch of different reports and news articles, and it wasn't really coming together until I found the American Terrorist book, because it just did such a great job at piecing all the threads and really making a narrative out of it. This video would not have happened had it not been for this book. So again, I highly encourage you. It will be linked in the description. Please check it out. There's so many more nuances and little notes of the story that I didn't cover for the sake of time. And yes, I know that's rich to say given the timestamp, but there really is a lot there to check out if this case interests you. I also want to say one more time that the jacket, shirt, hat, and water bottle will be available at wendigoon.shop for a limited time. And doing that really supports me and supports the channel and supports reforestation efforts in Appalachia. And for all three of those things, I greatly appreciate it. New videos weekly over on Wendigang. Recently over there, we've been covering a lot of these conspiracies and criminal cases. And soon I want to kick it kind of old school and go back to some of the topics on the conspiracy theory iceberg that I never got around to making a video over here that I feel like would be better suited on that channel. So weekly uploads over there at Wendigang. Check it out if you're interested. Also, hypothetically, gaming videos over on Wendiglitch if I can ever send Nate the material to actually make a gaming video. So, you know, that's there maybe. Then, of course, Creepcast, which I'm sure most of you all are familiar with. We're always thankful for all the support over there. All in all, I believe that should do it for now. But before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye! Also, inevitably, I'll hypothetically run out of incredibly depressing and negative stories to talk about. And maybe one day we'll talk about good stories. Probably not, but it's a nice idea.